Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Let's talk Diddy and Jay Z. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, let's talk Diddy and Jay Z. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there is so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here and I am back live. And I wanted to talk about Diddy and Jay Z. I wanted to talk about Diddy and Jay Z, peoples. That's what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about these two people. I wanted to talk about them, peoples, because for the simple fact that many people have literally had so much to say about Jay Z and Diddy. A lot of people had stated that Diddy and Jay Z is guilty of SAing women. I mean, that's what they say. They say that Diddy and Jay Z is guilty of SAing women. And see, the thing is, peoples, is that everybody who I have been listening to have pretty much have already come to the conclusion that Diddy and Jay Z is already guilty, but yet they are guilty by just for the simple fact that someone decided that they are guilty. I mean, there's nothing in the court of law that ever proved to me that they're guilty, but they're just guilty because the people believe that they're guilty. And that's all that it is, peoples. You know, oh yeah, they're guilty. Yeah, they did it. They did it. And it really doesn't matter whether or not that you have any proof to any type of truth. They just guilty. They're guilty because the people says that they are guilty. That's what many of you people do. Y'all are already deeming these people guilty, and they haven't even had a court date yet to even show any type of substantial proof of evidence. All you're doing is just going by the word of mouth of all of these different people. Now, there was a young lady who had came on who had stated that they're guilty. She didn't have her facts right and stuff. She came on here and she was telling the American people, yeah, they're guilty. They S8 me. They did this and they did that. And so you had Jay Z's attorney had already came on and told you peoples that, well, in a manner in which she is speaking, it couldn't have never happened because the gas station was nowhere near. you know I mean, it's just a whole lot of things that he had literally pointed out. People's it's a lot of things that this man had pointed out to show that if something happened to her, it didn't happen in the manner to which she stated it did. And yet, just because she said it, and just because she has some type of syndrome, now they're guilty just by the words of what this young lady had said. Now, peoples, I empathize and I sympathize for the people who have been essayed. My heart goes out to them and stuff. But people are not guilty just because you said it. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said people are not guilty just because someone said that they are. And someone said that they had been SA'd. But see, I have a problem with that, peoples, because of the simple fact that why did it take so long? Why did it take over 20 years for this girl to say something? That's the problem that I have, peoples. Now I get it. I get it. You know, everybody's got something to say, and yeah, you got something to say. And so, I'm saying, okay, well, since you got something to say, come say it. The channel was open for you to come and speak your piece. Do you understand what I'm saying? Come and say what you need to say, peoples. Come what you need to say. Because, see, the thing is, I'm going to say what I need to say. And so I'm giving you an opportunity to come and speak your piece. Is that all right, peoples? Come and say what you need to say. That's all. I mean, I'm not going to block you. I'm not going to vilify you. I'm not going to talk about you or anything. All I'm going to do is just question why you believe such. Why? Why? What do you believe this girl? In everything that she had brought forth? Are you believing her just because she brought the allegation? I mean, now if people just guilty just because people say that they are? Is that how we play the game? So they're guilty all because this young lady said that they are. They're guilty all because this young lady cannot remember the day, the time, nor where this was supposed to have happened. And there's major flaws in her narrative, but yet they're guilty. Really, peoples? So that's how we're going to play the game now. That's how it's going to be, right? They're guilty because she said that they are. Really? Interesting. Hello, Mello. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mello has says, "What's up, bro, Ed? What's up, everyone in the chat?" Mello, I don't understand, my friend. I really don't understand. And this is the thing that I have literally been trying to get answers to. I mean, I have sat here all day long and I have literally been listening to all of these content creators. And everybody had an opinion about this case. Everybody. People were saying, yeah, they're guilty and, they need to be locked up and they this and that and the other. But my question is simple. Just because the young lady said that she has a problem and that she believes that these men had SA'd her way back when she was, 13, 14 years old? And so now this man is supposed to lose millions of dollars just because this woman stated that they did something to her? Really? I mean, just the mere allegation alone, and now they're going to lose millions of dollars? And see, the problem that I have, not only is she saying that, but these other men is saying that. So wait a minute. What type of power do Jay-Z and Diddy have that they can just go around and take your buns, spread it open like a sandwich, and put his Oscar Mayer wiener in between, and then have his way with you? And then after all of these years, you decided that you wanted to come out and say something. So the man had spread it. The man had put some mustard on there, and he had put some ketchup on there, and probably even some mayonnaise. Some relish and some onions. I mean, shit. He made it like a Chicago dog. He put slices of tomatoes on there and pickles and all of that stuff, and he just had his way with you. And so after all of this time, now you decided that you wanted to come out and say something. Really? See, people, I had did a live just a couple of days ago. And the people didn't like that live. I mean, the live that I did just about 2 or 3 days ago, a lot of people didn't like that live. Man, I got so much snapback and stuff because of the things that I said. You know, okay. So what did I say? I talked about the gays and the lesbians. I talked about people who Diddy was supposed to had taken their vegetable and went up in their buns, and then now this girl, she alleged that something happened to her when she was at an early age, over some 20 something years ago, and she doesn't have all of the details and everything, but everybody is in an uproar all because of what she said, and now everybody is going to believe this girl all because she has a mental issue. Really, peoples? Really? I mean, people can leverage allegations all day long. But I thought that in the United States that you are innocent until proven guilty. Now, don't get me wrong, peoples. No way am I saying that they are totally innocent of any and everything. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they're totally innocent with everything, but when you're coming off and you're alleging things of that nature, you got to come up with some receipts. You got to come up with some receipts. And see, so many people are so quick to flap at the mouth and to call people guilty when you haven't proven nothing whatsoever. Absolutely nothing. Nothing whatsoever. And yet this man, he's going to lose endorsements and probably lose his wife, his kids, and everything else. I mean, they're being scrutinized and they're being vilified all over the internet. Everybody's got their mouth open up on this. And then just because the people agree or disagree, now you got the content creators, they're blocking everybody and so on and so forth. I'm not going to block you. I have my own opinion. And if my opinion affects you that much, well, then hey, this is the wrong channel to watch, peoples. I mean, if what I say affects you that much, well, then this is the wrong channel. Because I'm not here to try to defend Diddy or Jay-Z. I'm just saying you are agreeing with a young lady who can't even keep her story straight. That's what I'm saying. She can't even keep her story straight, and yet these people are supposed to be guilty of sin. Really? So that's how we're going to play the game now, huh? Just because she said it. That's interesting to me, people. It is very interesting to me. I'm kind of like Diddy now. Hurry up and go to court to see what's what. Now, provided that we don't have all of the evidence, but then even if you got evidence, what is the evidence proving? What? A lot of people having sex, a lot of people getting effed in the butt, in the mouth, splattered all over their face, in their ear. You know what? I mean, unless I see a video of a young one supposed to be there at that party after hours, well, then what is it that you want me to say? I'm not saying show the whatever type of whatever that was supposed to be going on with the young ones. What I'm saying is show me a picture of a young one supposed to be there at that party after hours. Since the government got so much evidence, I mean, Since the government got so much evidence. See, my thing is this, peoples. If the government had any type of video footage of Diddy, Jay-Z, or even the other people who was complicit in whatever type of acts that went on, whatever acts that went on, then you guys hold on for one moment. I got to respond to this. As this young lady is being smart. All right, people, so I'm back. You know, when people want to get smart, well, then I can get smart too. I'm a smart fella, peoples. You know, you want to come and you want to jump bad in my IMs and my DMs and talk all of this shit and talking all crazy and stuff. Well, then I can too. You know, so don't jump smart because you may not like what I have to say. You know, so let's take a look at this here, peoples. I want to take a look at this here. I want to take a look at what's going on in this Diddy case. You know, because everybody got their mouths open, and so many of these content creators is really just going off and not on. Not a lot of these content creators are going off, and a lot of the people are in the comments. They're going off and things. And I'm kind of like, well, why is everybody going off? For what? My thing is simply this. You know, they're talking about, okay, well, we're going to go ahead and we're going to share all of this information with the people on the 31st and so on and so forth. Well, you know, this is why I think that the government's case is weak. Because for the simple fact that if okay, what's up? What's going on here? If the government had any type of evidence whatsoever of Diddy, Jay Z, or any of the other people who was complicit in these freak offs, well, then there would have been arrest warrants tooth and nail scattered all over everywhere. And there wouldn't have been no way that the government would have allowed anybody else to be walking the streets. You guys hold on for a moment, boy. I wish these people would just go ahead and all right. These people let's no, bringing the covers so I know how the covers I'm bringing the table change the cover. All right, so y'all give me 1 second. I'll keep getting interrupted with these people who continue to keep texting me about all of this stuff. So all right, so let me go ahead and let me share my screen. Let me share my screen, people. If this lady texts me one more time, I'm literally just gonna call her up and just go off. All right, let me go. Let me now you can choose. Okay, cool. All right, so let me go here. Let me go to my channel. Let me go home. So y'all give me 1 second. Okay, so where was I? Yeah. So they had pretty much said that Diddy is being charged with sex trafficking, sex trafficking. Let me share my screen, people. So let me we're gonna go to this particular live. Let me take up this backdrop here. And I want to share my screen because I really want to get into this. I really want to try to get an understanding because what I'm trying to understand is people's how could anybody just be so guilty when nobody has proven anything? And then why are all of these people right now coming out and saying something when they could have said something a long time ago? And then two, what I'm saying is that if all of this was supposed to happen, why didn't nobody say nothing then? Why did not no one say anything then? You know, that's the problem that I have. That is the problem that I have, people. You know, Diddy is supposed to be Diddy is supposed to be accused of sex trafficking. And so if all of this stuff was supposed to have happened to all of these people, why didn't nobody say anything? Even from the party, even from where they were supposed to have been sex traffic and stuff. Why did not anyone say anything? And why still the people are not saying anything? Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't get it, people. I really don't get it for the likes of me. You know, I get it what the government is saying. Okay, well, we're just going to have to wait until court so we can kind of see what's going on. But again, peoples. I haven't seen nobody else be indicted. I haven't seen nobody else be arrested and stuff. I mean, all of this fanfare of Diddy and Jay-Z did this and that and the other, but still, you know, I still haven't seen anything. All of these salacious accusations and stuff, but yet, okay, what? What? They talked about Beyonce, they talked about Jay-Z, they talked about J-Lo, they talked about all of these people and things, and yet I still haven't seen anything, peoples. Let's listen to this here, people. So I'm trying to go back to one of the lives that I had seen earlier. I wonder if I can because see, let me try something here, people. So I'm gonna try something. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put this screen up right here. I'm gonna put this banner up, and then I'm gonna see if I can play this in the background. I'm gonna try that. So let me see. So let me put up this banner here, and then let me play this in the background and see if that works. So I'm going to play this thing real quick here and see if that works. If that works, then that's cool. That's exactly what I want. But let me see. Okay, let me play this, and then we'll see how that works.
All right, welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. So we are covering this live hearing that is happening downtown in federal court in Manhattan regarding Sean Diddy Combs. There was a hearing, short hearing between the prosecution, the defense, and the judge regarding evidence, regarding discovery in this case. And it seems it's progressing its way towards a May 5th, 2025 trial date. But I'm not going to talk about it myself. I want to bring on Elizabeth Milner, who is actually in that courthouse for us. Elizabeth, so good to see you. So 2 things for you. A, if you could briefly describe what the scene looked like, and more specifically, what did you observe of Sean Combs, who was in that courtroom? And B, what happened in court? What were the big takeaways?
Hey, Jesse. Great to see you as always. Today was a little bit different in that I got to the courthouse got inside the courthouse, I should say, about 15 minutes before 1 p.m. That shows you how early I was in there. And I was actually surprised to see less amount of journalists there kind of waiting for this hearing to get started. And so, comparing that to last hearing where it was just a ton of journalists just waiting to get inside that courtroom, this time was completely different, and that it was probably about less than 20 journalists altogether. So when we were all kind of ushered up into the 15th floor this time, as opposed to the top floor like the last hearing, it was a lot smaller courtroom, but still the similar makeup of the courtroom. So you have one side where it's going to be Diddy's family members, it's going to be the general public, maybe some extra defense lawyers or those who work for the defense side, at least, kind of sitting over to the left side. And then on the right side where I was sitting, it's going to be all flooded with journalists, as well as some other members of the prosecution team who kind of help with that case as well too. And so we all went up to the courtroom probably around 1:45 today. We're waiting to get this hearing started. It was interesting too, because this time around, Diddy was brought in first. He was brought in about a couple minutes after 2 p.m. today. And we were all kind of waiting to see, we had heard mumblings that his mom might be in courtroom, that we were waiting for the children, but then nothing happened. But then, in another twist and turn, the children do walk in, but this time it was a lot smaller bunch than it was the last time. So last time you're having all of Diddy's children, except with the exception of Love, who is just a 2-year-old child, so she wasn't at court. But you had all of Diddy's children there except Love. But this time around, you just had Justin Combs and Christian Combs, meaning that there was no Quincy there today. Delilah and Jesse weren't there. Chance wasn't there, and the caretakers of his younger children who aren't of age just yet, they were not present inside the courtroom as well today. But his mom also wasn't in court today. So when Diddy came inside, it was still that standard issued MDC jumpsuit. He's wearing khaki. From that video of, I think that was obtained by Daily Mail back in September, of Diddy playing hacky sack in Central Park, to now he appeared just astonishingly thinner, which you can expect to be inside a federal detention center for a couple months now. A lot different from the luxury lifestyle that he was living before, but he appeared very noticeably thinner, and maybe being locked up in detention is starting to wear on him. He appeared grayer a little bit as well too, but again, he appeared just like how you would expect Diddy to appear for a hearing. He, when he came inside the courtroom, he hugged his attorneys. He especially hugged Anthony Rico. Then he had hugged Alexandra Shapiro as well too. But then he kept kind of looking at the gallery. Now, again, this was at a point where Diddy's sons, Justin and Christian, weren't inside the courtroom just yet. But instead, whenever they came inside the courtroom, and again, this was after Diddy was already sitting down at the defense table, he looked back immediately. He smiled. He beamed up. He waved at at his two sons, and just kind of gave them kind of a little bit of, it's a good to see you type of feeling. That's what I was gathering from inside that courtroom. Now, again, I want to remind our viewers that when we're inside federal court, again, there's no cameras, which, Jesse, I'm sure you have already mentioned that part. But, even for us journalists, with the exception of some who get a special permission of that, we just are relying on a notebook, a notepad, a pen, a pencil in order to kind of take notes to see what is all going on. I can't even take my Apple Watch inside that courtroom whenever there's a hearing. I have to turn that in. I have to turn my laptop in. Of course, I have to turn my phone in. So we're kind of just eye watching everything that's going on. Now, when Christian and Justin came inside that courtroom, they were actually sitting just right across from me over on the left side of the gallery. So what I was seeing from both of his sons was a little bit of leg shaking, what I perceived to be a little prayer right before the hearing had actually started as well too. But again, I think their focus was maintaining a good face for their father, being supportive of their father, which you expect at this point because they've attended pretty much all of the hearings so far, with the exception of that emergency hearing that happened, I believe, back in October now. But then they kind of just stood and sat and just kind of listened to what was all kind of happening. Again, that court hearing was pretty quick. It was about 30 minutes long. I think all of us were kind of surprised that the hearing did last that short amount of time as opposed to last hearing, which was about 2 hours or so. But, as our viewers kind of want to get an inside glimpse of what you see at a federal courtroom, you're going to see the defense table and then you're going to see the prosecution table right in front. So it's not like how we see in normal trials where it's like right across from each other. It's like the defense, it is the prosecution. And then, of course, you're going to have the judge on the bench, and you're going to have the court sketch artist and the person who is kind of transcribing all of what is going on. But that is pretty much the inside glimpse of what I got from inside that courthouse.
And just and appreciate that. That's a really vivid description of what it looks like, because unfortunately we don't have cameras in that courtroom, and there's no cameras expected in that courtroom as this trial progresses, even though there are a lot of people watching this and following it. So just to go back, what were some of the main takeaways about what happened today? What was the discussion about, and where are we left? Where does this case go? What was being decided between the prosecution, the defense, and ultimately the judge?
Yeah, Jesse, was a lot of just discovery material, which isn't the most fun topic to really talk about, if we're being honest here a little bit. So a lot of things was just turning over evidence, what time frame that evidence will be turned in. And so from what, so the government says that they're on track to produce the discovery by the end of the year, meaning December 31st. They say the investigation is still ongoing. They said that they pulled all the text messages from Combs as well as victim one in this case. And then they're kind of proceeding as quickly as possible when it comes to that superseding indictment. So the government was trying to make it clear that, they're still in the process of doing the investigation. It still seems like the superseding indictment is still lingering on in the case. But it was also interesting, too, because because, we have covered a number of stories about kind of the response from the defense side, and kind of talking with the prosecution here. But I noticed whenever I was inside that courtroom that there was a lot of like chumminess going on. There was a lot of laughs, a little bit of giggles coming from Mark Agnifilo talking with the prosecutors right before the hearing had started. So they seemed, you wouldn't think that they're in this kind of, fiery battle or anything about the case. They seem pretty chummy. They seem very cordial. And they both sides seem to have respected each other in terms of turning over that evidence, making sure that every deadline is hit and that type of sort. Now, there was a pending motion that the judge did bring up that, at the time, Judge Submaranian did mention that he wanted to keep, he was possibly thinking about denying that motion, but instead what he did was the defense time, a lot of music kind of going on here in the background. But what the defense says is that their preference was to keep that motion open. So that way, the judge wouldn't dismiss it with a little bit of prejudice, which means that they could have refiled the motion. But, that didn't happen. The defense kind of appeared that they just wanted the motion to stay open, see what would happen with all of that. But, it seems like we will not be seeing any bit of Diddy until March when the next hearing is going. But it seems like they're all kind of going along with the timeline. It seems that they appear to be ready to get started on May 5th, pending whatever goes on with the potential superseding indictment, which again, I just want to stress to our viewers that has not been issued at this time. But it seems as though, they're on track for a May 5th trial date. But again, also, with this time frame given, that's 5 months, meaning 5 more months that Diddy is still behind bars until we kind of see how this entire trial plays out. But for the most part, that's what I gathered from this really quick hearing.
Listen, Elizabeth, that is incredibly helpful. And also, it's great that somebody drove by with a great taste in music as well. That's a side note. But I will say, now we kind of know where this is going. I'm still surprised this is headed towards a May trial date. We shall see what happens. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for going down to the courthouse, reporting back to us, and great reporting as always. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right. So we're going to take a quick break. Again, I want to thank my guests, Elizabeth Vulai and Safa Robinson-Ferrer, for coming on. Thank you both so much. Really appreciate it. Great insight and breaking down our questions and also the questions from our viewers. Stay with us. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to get 2 more people on to break down some more things that are happening in this case. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
Okay, people. So I think this is going to be one of the new ways of what I'm going to do when I'm covering this case and things. I was trying to go back to some of the videos that I have seen, so I can kind of put some things in context and stuff, because people nowadays and stuff, everybody's getting all up in arms and stuff when you're playing back their lives and whatnot. So I see some other content creators. This is one of the ways of how they are getting the word out without actually showing their video and stuff. So this is cool. So at least I know now this works. This works. This works very well. So that's cool. So let me go ahead and take this home, people. So I'm gonna go back, take this home. Go back to my home page, delete that and stuff. So it's interesting to me, peoples, how just a mere allegation from a young lady can cause some people to lose a lot of money. Just a mere allegation. And I think that some games is being played. Now, whether Diddy is guilty or whether Jay-Z is guilty of some things or whatever and stuff, it's all good, people. It's all good, whether they're guilty. But, when it comes down to the children, that's a different story. But what I don't understand and what I don't get is that if the government was supposed to have had all of this information that Diddy, our other people were doing things to the young people. Well, he's already in jail, so that goes without saying. But if the young lady was validated and the various things that she's alluding to, well, then you would think that Jay-Z would be in jail, and you would think that a lot of people, other people who have literally saw all of this happen, you know, the people who was sitting back watching it are the people who was at the freak offs and stuff, saw the young people and things. Why isn't it that more people aren't in jail? I mean, if they had evidence of a young person being there and they got the videos and everything like that, well, then why isn't it that nobody else has been arrested yet? That's the problem that I'm having. Okay, I get it. I get it. The young lady, after 20 something years, goes and recalls, oh, well, he played with my kitty and he played with my kitty. But if there was other people that were there that had saw all of this stuff, well, then why isn't it that the government is not going around and arresting the other people who were supposed to had been saw this? Why is that, people? I don't understand that. Why is it that the government has not put out arrest warrants and stuff for all of these other people who supposed to had watched or saw all of this stuff go down? Help me to make that make sense. That doesn't make no sense to me, people. It doesn't make no sense to me. Okay, so now the people say, well, why would somebody want to come out and make an allegation like that in the first place? Well, for many reasons, people do things, peoples. I can't say why the young lady said something after supposedly 20 something years. I can't sit here and say that she's actual, factual, and true. I can't say that, peoples. I wasn't there. I don't know what was in her mind. I don't know why she even, came out like this. I don't even know why the other people is coming out like this. I don't know, peoples. I don't have an answer for that. All I'm saying is that why now? Why now? Why now after all of this time? And it's more than just a mere little inconsistencies that she has come out with, peoples. From what the attorney was saying and showing and things, this couldn't have possibly have happened at the time to when she alleged. And that's the part that is killing me. I'm not saying it never happened, but if it did happen and she had such a vivid imagination or vivid memory of this supposed to happen at this particular junction and things, well, then none of that shit is lining up, peoples. It ain't making it ain't making no sense to me. And so my thing is, make it make sense. Make it make sense. See, people, I'm not going to sit here and go ahead and believe all of the fanfare and get all up into my feelings and stuff, all because this young lady had made an allegation. As heinous and salacious as it is, peoples, I thought that the people were innocent until proven guilty. But in you guys' eyes, he's guilty before proven innocent. He's guilty right off the bat. Just because the young lady said it, bam, he is guilty. Well, That's one of the ways of bringing down people quickly. Bring a minor into it and say, yeah, they did this and that and the other. Now everybody just goes off the rocker with no proof whatsoever. Everybody just goes off the rocker. You know, I mean, and then the people who have talked about, well, he took my buns and he did this and that and the other. Well, then why isn't it that you just now saying something after all of this time? You know, that's the part that really kills me, people. Is I don't understand why all of these people are finally coming out now to say something that Diddy did my buns. Diddy did this, Diddy did that. I mean, did this man have that much power to where he can just go and just take people's kitty and take people's buns? Really? Think about that for a moment, people. So I want you to really think about that for a moment. You know, that doesn't make no sense to me. It really doesn't. It doesn't make no sense to me. And I've sat here and I watched all of these people really just go off. Go off. But yet, there's no proof whatsoever. At least not now, anyway. And if there was proof of a young one being there and being SA'd by anybody, or being in an environment to where any of them was being touched, well, then he's right where he needs to be. But was it only him? See, my problem is that all of this stuff was supposed to have happened when there was a lot of people around. You know, I mean, Diddy parties and stuff was there with a lot of people. It wasn't just Diddy. It wasn't just Jay-Z. It wasn't just Beyonce. It was a whole host of people there. So you mean to tell me that all of these people would have allowed a young person to come and to the people would sit back and watch these young people get essayed and nobody says anything? Really, people? I mean, I want you just to think upon that. Just think upon that for one moment. Think upon that for one moment. Think upon that for one moment. I really want you to think upon that for one moment. You had all of these people at his party, and all of these young people were supposed to be there, and they're supposed to be doing all of this stuff to all of these young people, and yet nobody says a word, and yet the government is supposed to have all of this evidence of young people being essayed. Think about that for one moment, peoples. And nobody gets arrested other than Diddy. And now you got this little girl coming out and saying that Jay-Z had did something to her, and yet Jay-Z is not arrested. Jay-Z called their bluff. Jay-Z said, look, if that was the case, well, then why are you trying to sue me? Why don't you come and why don't you make this a criminal case? Point blank, period. I mean, if you supposed to have had some evidence that literally proves unequivocally and undeniably, well, then show me some proof. Hello, Gina, to you. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Gina to you says, hi, Edward in chat. Gina to you said the reason for the discovery hearing today regarding the date of the release of the videotapes on December 31st, maybe the arrest will come after both sides view the tape. Be patient and see what plays out in court. Well, see, I get it. I get what you're saying. I wholeheartedly get what you're saying, and I agree. But I agree to a certain degree. But my thing is, Gina, is simply this. My thing is simply this. If there was some tapes, that had some young people that was pictured in the tapes, people wouldn't be sitting around waiting to give the discovery to the other party. There would be some arrest warrants already laid out. There would be some arrest warrants already laid out, and these people would be picked up immediately. Immediately. That's what I'm saying. But see, I just can't phantom or believe for the likes of me that some young people was on some tapes in compromising positions or whatever, and that nobody else got arrested other than Diddy. I just don't believe that. Because see, the thing is, if there was ever something like that, well, there's no way that the government would be allowing these people to be walking the streets, because see, for all we know, they could be doing it now. You said, how do we know they haven't been picked up? Well, we don't know, but I'm sure that if they have, then they would have said something. I just can't see for the likes of me that, that will be something that they will be silent upon. I mean, Busby said that he's got all of this proof and stuff, and there's a laundry list of names and stuff. But see, the way that I'm looking at it is simply this. Okay, so yeah, there very well may be a laundry list of people who was at the freak off parties and stuff. But see, these was grown adults. These was grown adults. My thing is, if there been some young people there, and you had other people who was there who could have said something, there is no way in God's creation would they allow these people to be walking the streets right now. There's no way. There's absolutely no way that they would allow these people to be walking the streets, and they have the evidence. Now look at the Young Thug case. They said Young Thug was supposed to have been the mastermind of this game, and that because they rap about certain things and what happens in the hood and so on and so forth. Okay, so now they're guilty because they had lyrics that was very explicit, talking about unaliving people and doing this and that and the other and so on and so forth. Well, all of that is just cap, is what they call it. It's just cap. It is just these people who understands the streets and may not even live that type of lifestyle and things, but yet they talk about it. They talk about it, but they never actually did it. So it ain't no proof. But yet they tried to prove that they are guilty just because they had sung the lyrics. Well, what is the difference in that in this? They had no proof. They absolutely had no proof whatsoever that Young Thug was guilty of unaliving anybody, let alone anybody in that group that they tried. everybody was charged with murder and stuff. 2 people had got acquitted. Other people was taking plea deals and things. So it ain't that they're totally innocent of everything, but they wasn't guilty of murder, which that's what they all was charged with. So my heart goes out to the person who did get murdered, but these boys didn't do it because the government hasn't proved it. They haven't proved it. And so in this case, I get that the government has evidence, and I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that at all. I'm sure that the government has evidence of something that they did. But my thing is simply this. If there was some young people in compromising positions on those tapes, there is no way in God's creation would the government sit back and allow these people to continue to walk the streets. And they have unequivocal and undeniable evidence that some young people was there in compromising positions. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I just can't see the government doing that. I cannot see the government allowing these people to walk the streets just even one day and they got some evidence that some young people were there in compromising positions. I don't see that at all. So now let's look at Usher and let's look at Justin Bieber. Now Justin Bieber is literally, sitting here weeping and crying like a little baby. Oh, I can't live life, and I can't do this, and I can't do that, and blah 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 blah, and all like this. And then his mom goes on live. She goes and she makes a TikTok post, and she's weeping and wailing and crying about her son and stuff. Bitch, you already knew what the fuck happened to your son. You knew that. You the one who put him in that position. You let this man have your son for 2 days, and you already knew what goes on in Hollywood. Now, did Diddy bust little Justin Buns? Well, if he did, why didn't they say something? See, that's the problem that I have, people. I can't say whether Diddy did it or whether Diddy didn't do it. But if he did do it, why didn't nobody say anything? If all of these young people that proclaim Diddy did something, why did nobody say anything? That's where I'm coming from. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not talking about the adults getting essayed. I'm talking about the young people. So if they got their buns busted and they've been essayed, well then why didn't these people say something at the time to when it happened or supposedly had happened? That's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm coming from. Why wasn't no police report made? Why is it taking 20 plus years and then your narrative is totally off? Why didn't you say something back then? What makes you so emboldened now to go and recount something that was supposed to have happened to you? And just because you got a condition, I don't care about her condition, peoples. Her condition doesn't bother me. She can have whatever condition in the world. That doesn't bother me. My problem is why now? And then you got all of these other people, Gene Gill and all of these other people, and what's the guy that's in prison now? um um the one who had a record label and things like that. You got all of these people all out everywhere speaking out about all of this. So supposedly had happened and things. Kids in trailers and kids in trucks and kids in cars and kids in the tunnels and kids over in jail and kids over here and there and everywhere. Well, God damn it, why haven't you said anything? Why are you saying something now? And for you to have any little bit of knowledge puts you in a complacency situation, because it tells me if you had any knowledge of any young people being there, well, then why didn't you do your part and why didn't you say something? See, people's it's not the fact that whether he did it or whether he didn't. It's the fact that if you're speaking up on it and then you're trying to convince the people that, yeah, well, he's this type of person, well, then why didn't you do your part and say something? You could have saved a whole lot of kids, a whole lot of aggravation, degradation, humiliation, if you would have opened up your mouth, but you never said anything. You never said anything. And see, this is the problem, peoples. This is the problem that I have. I'm not saying that it did happen, and I'm not saying that it didn't happen. But if it did, somebody knew about it. And it was more than just Diddy and Jay-Z. You had a house full of grown adults. And I'm sure that these people know the young ones, the young people. I'm sure that they know. I'm sure that all of these adults knew what a young person looked like. So you mean to tell me that all of these people was all into their own selves, that they never recognized the young person being there? Nobody questioned anything? See, I'm going to tell you some people, this is how Diddy is going to get off. Because this is how the government won't be able to prove their stance unless they have some unequivocal and undeniable proof that some young people has been in compromising positions and somebody there to corroborate it. And even if they corroborated people's, well, then they're going to have a bad look upon them, because then the question is going to be, well, why in the hell you didn't say anything? If you knew what was going on, if you knew Justin Bieber was getting his buns busted, if you knew Usher was getting his buns busted, why didn't you say anything? If you knew that this person was this type of person, why didn't you say nothing? See, that's how Diddy is going to get off, peoples. Because see, the thing is, even with Cassie, if she comes into court and say, yes, I seen Diddy do X, Y, and Z, well, then people are going to be looking at you sideways, because they're going to say, well, you needed to get your ass beat because you allowed this to happen to the young people. You sat and you watched it and you didn't say nothing. See, that's my point. That's my point, Gina. I get it. They may have every evidence under the sun and then some, but when it comes down to the young people, what is it that they have? And if they have something, why isn't it only Diddy that has been arrested now? Why isn't it that the people who they can't identify on that film, if these people were there, and these young people was in compromising situations, why isn't it that nobody else got arrested? That's my point. And I think I have a very good, valid point, and I don't think that any of you can ever answer that. See, it's the difference between people having a freak off and people having orgies, and everybody is hooshed up on horse tranquilizers and ketamine and limousine and brimazine and all of this. Are they just a sex fiend or whatever? That's different because these are adults. These are adults. And even the adults that got their virginity, their vaja, their vegetable, and their butwadi. The thing is this, peoples. Why is everybody just now saying something? This shit has been going on for over 20 years. And nobody has said nothing. I got a problem with that, peoples. I got a problem with that. And then just because the people are making allegations and stuff, why are you making the allegations now? Just because they make the allegations don't make it true. I don't care how much Jaguar Wright talks, Gene Gill talks, and all of you YouTuber talk. And all of these people who's coming out saying Diddy did this and Diddy did that. I don't care, peoples. Why didn't you say something in the beginning? Why did you wait 20 years? Why didn't you say something when it happened? After the man got his buns busted, they gave him some money and they said, be quiet. And guess what? He was quiet. Many of them was quiet. I mean, they said that they got their buns busted. Did they get their buns busted? Well, did they like it so much, peoples, that they came back for more and more and more? If Diddy got all of these people on videotape doing this and that and the other, what evidence do the government have? What evidence? Okay, so you got you got phones, you got computers, you got videotapes of all of these people having freak offs. Okay, so what? What does that mean? Oh well, he took his buns, or he took her buns, or he effed her and did this and that and the other. Why are you saying something now? The statute of limitations is over with, peoples. I mean, he can't be charged with things that happened 20 years ago. And then if you got your buns busted the first time, why are you coming back again? And again, and again, and again. Many of these people who came to the first freak off came to the last freak off. So what is it that the government has? A bunch of people having orgies. A bunch of people is getting their freak on. A bunch of people who's doing satanic rituals. And then we're supposed to be here and we're supposed to vilify these men. All because the people say he took their buns. If you came to one freak off and then you come back to another freak off, well, then guess what? You wanted that. You wanted that. You liked that so much. Because if you came to 2 or more freak offs, you can't tell me, peoples, that you didn't like it. You can't tell me that you didn't like it. No. This man go take your buns, and then he's filming you taking your buns and stuff. And you're going to sit there and you're going to keep coming back to the freak off so he can take your buns. And so your only excuse is, oh, well, I didn't want to come out because I'll be embarrassed. Well, goddamn it, you're going to be embarrassed anyway, because all of that evidence is going to come out in the courts and the jury and the judge, and if it leaks out, everybody in the world is going to see it. So, and then you coming out saying, well, he busted my buns. Well, you're already showing the people, hey, you got your buns busted. So what's the difference? You didn't say nothing then, but now you want to say something now. But yet you are on film coming to the freak-offs more than once. What is it that you have to say? See? Your integrity is already busted. You have no integrity. You don't have nothing to say. You caught on film coming to 1, 2, 3, 4, however many freak-offs. And you are in there getting your freak on. So if you got your buns busted the first time and you didn't come again, then my question would be to you, why didn't you say something at the time to when you found out or you realized that you got your buns busted? This man, they say, has been going around busting people's buns for 20 years. That's a lot of shit. That's a lot of shit, people. That's a lot of shit. He's going up somebody's rectum, and then he's putting it in people's mouths and ears and all over their face and their vegetable. And the people don't say anything. I mean, come on, people. You know, I wasn't born yesterday. I said I wasn't born yesterday, peoples. You know, that shit just doesn't make no sense to me, because if you didn't want to say something then because you thought that it would embarrass you, what do you think is going to do for you now? Because if there's proof that you got your buns busted, well then guess what? That video is going to be shown to a pair of 6 people. I mean 12 people and the judge. And then your name is going to be spread all around the United States. You got your buns busted by Diddy. So if you wasn't embarrassed then, peoples, you're going to be embarrassed now, because your name is going to be out there. The video is going to be out there. The pictures is going to be out there. You're going to be known as Diddler's victim. Bun busted number 1, bun busted number 2, bun busted number 3, and so on and so on and so forth. And to be honest with you, people, I don't even give a goddamn about Cassie. Cassie needed her ass beat. Y'all sit here and y'all want to go ahead and try to protect Cassie for getting beat down in a hallway. She needed her ass beat. She's trying to say, oh, well, he had control of me. He made me do this. Bitch, he didn't make you do it. He didn't make her do it. She loved it. She loved getting her ass beat. She loved the freak-offs. She loved getting the Donkey Kong, the Mandingo, in everything. Everything that Cassie had went through, she loved that shit. Because she had every opportunity to get away. But she didn't. She got her ass beat. So okay, so what? She got her ass beat. Now you guys are making it seem like, oh, well, shit. Cassie got her ass beat. Yeah, now Diddy is guilty. Y'all see that? He beat her ass. So what? So what? Cassie got her ass beat. So what? And y'all make a big deal about that. Cassie stayed her ass there because the money was good. She loved the fame. She loved the fortune. She loved everything. She didn't want to give it up. But now the bitch want to sit up here and cry wolf because she got her ass beat, and she got SA'd by everybody under the sun and then some. But I'm here to tell you, people, she loved it. She loved every second of it. Yes, she did. She loved every second of it. And I don't care if you disagree with me. I don't care if you get mad with me. I don't care if you chime on, and I don't care if you don't. Because see, the thing is, peoples. The thing is this. Ain't nobody in a goddamn sane mind is going to sit there and let people beat up on them and beat up on them and beat up on them, drug them, essay them, or do all of this heinous stuff to them and still stay in that relationship. And let that happen for years on end. I don't see that, peoples. And then Diddy get caught beating up on her one night. Now all hell breaks loose, and now he's guilty of everything under the sun. Okay, so how many of you females got your ass beat? How many times? Who's going to come on Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live and admit that you got your ass beat? And after you got your ass beat, did you say anything? Did you tell the powers that be? Did you tell your pastor? Did you tell your children? Did you tell your mama and daddy? Did you tell your friends? Did you tell anybody? Did you keep your ass there and still get beat and thinking that things was going to be okay? Did you? See, people, you guys save me with this bullshit. Save me with this bullshit. Cassie and every other person that stayed with her, that stayed with him, even Kim Porter. Kim Porter got her ass beat, but Kim Porter had said, look, I was naive. He beat me. I left him, but then I came back because he wooed me over. He was a smooth operator. That's what Kim Porter said. Did you hear her? Did you hear her memoirs? Did you read the thing that she left? Yeah, she said it. She told you she got her ass beat many times over. This man has been effing all of these people, and she knew it, and she stayed her ass there. And not only did she stay her ass there, but she had several babies by him. Out of all of the people who Jay-Z supposed to had effed and supposed to had a son out of wedlock and did not want to take a DNA, why in the hell did Beyonce stay with him? Because she loved it. Y'all sit here and make excuses for Beyonce and all of this stuff, but the bitch loved it. And still love it. She ain't leaving that $100 million mansion. She don't give two rats asses how many people Jay-Z F. Her ass is going to stay right there. And that's what she's doing, peoples. Because if Beyonce really wanted to leave Jay-Z, she would have did it a long time ago, but she didn't. You guys kill me with this bullshit. You guys kill me with your rationale. You ain't lived one day in these people's shoes, and all of you got every goddamn answer to all of the shit that they're going through. They don't give a fuck about what you think. They don't give a fuck about what you say. You ain't even on their plateau. You ain't even in their inner circle. You ain't making the kind of money that they're making. She gets up there and she dresses provocative. And she sings all of these nasty songs. And you suckers go to her concert, give her your goddamn money, and scream and holler and go crazy. And then when shit hit the fans with them, now you want to run to their defense. Did the bitch ever see about paying your family's funeral? Some member in your family died, and did she ever reach out to you to pay for your family's funeral? So you didn't have food to eat in your house and stuff. Did you ever reach out to her and say, "Hey, Beyonce, can you lend a dime, 10,000 to help me put some food, get me a new refrigerator, new stove, something, give me a care package"? No. But you stupid, idiotic people sit your ass up here, got your goddamn mouths open, listen to all of that mess and madness and demonic madness that she's be speaking, and y'all so quick to goddamn pay your money to go watch her shake her rump roast, and she ain't did shit for you. You know that song, "What Have You Done For Me Lately?" Ooh, 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 ooh. She ain't did shit for you, but you're doing every goddamn thing for her. You are the suckers that is keeping her in that goddamn mansion. Because you suckers cannot even think for your goddamn selves. Y'all sit up here and listen to Beyonce, Jay-Z, P. Diddy, Penis Diddy, and R. Kelly. I don't see nothing wrong with a little bit of bump and grind. And y'all make love and y'all make babies to that music. And no wonder your children grow up to be crazy people, because y'all expose them to that madness. Y'all out there on the dance floor dressing all provocative and stuff, trying to get a man or trying to get a woman. You stupid. I have never spent not one goddamn dime on listening to Jay-Z, Beyonce, R. Kelly, Birdman, Thug, or anybody else for that matter. I 50 cents, Tupac, and all of these people. I've never spent not one goddamn dime, not one red cent of my money to go and support these suckers. I don't even listen to the goddamn music. But yet you suckers, y'all sit your asses up here. Y'all are the ones who keep their asses in the goddamn $100 million mansion. And then you got the fucking nerves to sit up here and to get mad at somebody because they're calling you suckers out for the hilarious and nefarious bullshit that you are speaking. And you're paying their bills. Peoples, I have 3 kids. I have 3 kids. And I've been damned if my kids grew up listening to I don't see nothing wrong with a little bit of bump and grind. Turn that motherfucking shit off. And if you ever walk out here, you're going to walk out here with a jacket, some pants, cover your breasts, cover your ass, And don't you be speaking that stuff in front of me. Now, when they with their mama and stuff, and their mama allowed them to listen to that bullshit, well then, hey. But Edward Joseph, my kids didn't grow up with me listening to. I don't see nothing wrong with a little bit of bump and grind. Now, I see something wrong with kids listening to a little bit of bump and grind. I grew up peoples, and it was all around me, but I didn't partake in that shit. You know, I didn't partake in it. I wasn't one out there on the dance floor and stuff. And yeah, I went to parties and things. I heard it, but that was to the extent of it. I wasn't no fanfare. I didn't go out to all of these goddamn concerts giving them my hard-earned money, putting that on. The motherfucker, you people's goddamn kids can't even do their goddamn homework, for they can't even recite nothing that they ever read in their textbooks, but they can recite every goddamn word in the lyrics of a song. And then sit up there and flag their hands and this and that and beat bopping. What it be like? Hey, what's up? What's up, bro? Hey, yo, bro. I bet. Well, what the fuck is bro? Who is bro? My name is not no goddamn bro. What it be like, brother? Brother, you ain't my goddamn brother. My mama didn't have you. What's up? And then you got these suckers that comes from the streets and they talk all of this ebonics shit. And yeah, I'm from the streets. I'm from the hood. I'm from 25th West Cali Street. And they're glad because they got a fucking record and they got clout status with all of these idiotic, ignorant, stupid ass people who talk all of this ebonics bullshit. And then thinking that they're really something. Really? You should have took your motherfucking ass to church, sat your ass down, opened up your Bible and read, got on your goddamn knees and prayed to God. And then maybe your life would have turned out a lot better than you continue to keep recircling into the prison system. And people are so goddamn happy behind that shit. Over and over and over and over again. See, I don't know what you did with your kids, people. So whatever you did with your kids, that's what you did with your kids. And I hope your goddamn kids turned out to be good, productive citizens. I've sat here and I've listened to all of these different people who run these lives and stuff, these ghetto fabulous folks and stuff, and talk all of this ebonics type of madness and stuff. And it just amazes me, peoples, how they know every word to the lyrics of the song. They go crazy for Beyonce and all like this, and then turn around and have the nerves to go and try to vilify somebody because somebody disagrees with them and talk about Jay-Z and Beyonce and then all of these other rappers and artists are R&B and things like that. And then you guys want to bring on that persona of how they are, and you just think that you badass. But you end up getting your ass beat and stuff because somebody out there is better than you. And you have the nerves to be an internet ghetto fabulous sucker. Internet ghetto fabulous sucker. You are a sucker. You are a lollipop. It's amazing to me, people. It's amazing to me. And see, when Edward Joseph get on here and I speak my piece, and I'm telling you what I see because I see it, I hear it, and then I hear many of you and you guys talk all of that ghetto fabulous and that slang type of madness and stuff, and I'll be like, well, goddamn. Hello, Fresh Source TV. How are you, Melman? It's a blessing to see you on tonight.
I'm fine, Mr. Edward. How are you this evening?
Well, I had to come on here and I had to speak my piece because I said these suckers sat up here and everybody is going off for on Jay-Z and Jay-Z and Diddy. And all it is, they haven't shown anything. They haven't shown no proof whatsoever. This sucker of a girl come on after 24 effing years, and she said, oh, well, I've been S8. Well, bitch, if you've been S8, why didn't your ass say something at the time?
Yeah, I have a problem with all of these women that are coming out claiming that type of assault after decades. That's bothersome to me. And I know that this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to take some heat because of my stance on the situation. And it's going to, I attribute that to the Me Too movement. You see, before we can get into all of these things that are happening now with Jay-Z and Diddy, we have to talk a little bit about that Me Too movement, because that Me Too movement told the women all over the world that we are to automatically believe a person who comes out and says that they are sexually assaulted by someone. No questions asked. Just believe them because they're the victim. Well, I stand on the opposite side of the fence because for me, I need to see some proof. Now, R. Kelly, sure, he might have done some stuff, but the things that he was convicted of is not the things that he did. Okay? Let's be clear on that. If we take a look at R. Kelly's case, R. Kelly was convicted because of some things that happened decades ago, not because of the things they claim he had did in the present day. And that's a shame. But it's partly because of the Me Too movement. And I'm going to be bold and to say to women out there that more women need to take this stance and stand up against these accusations. Use your voice because we see and we hear all of the inconsistencies in these court filings. So should we just go with it? Because James Doe said that somebody SA'd her how many years ago? 24 years ago? With no proof. And then we get this attorney of hers, Busby, who before he even started filing the cases in court, got on TV and said, yes, we're coming after you. We're coming after all of you guys. And then he gives a 1-800 number for people to call if they've been essayed by P. Diddy or Jay-Z. Really? A 1-800 number. So guess what? As a result of this attorney creating a 1-800 number for people to call, he got a lot of frivolous people who called in for just a money grab. But it didn't matter to him because there's a law that says that these people do not need to be identified. So what that's telling me is that anybody can create a story. I can create a story and say that I was SA'd by Jay-Z and call Anthony Busby and tell him my story. He's going to, in return, reach out to Jay-Z, and he has a Jane Doe with these accusations against him. Let's talk about how can we resolve this issue before I publicly name who you are. Knowing that these ladies do not have to be identified. So he was not expecting Jay-Z to do what he did because Jay-Z called him to the carpet on this. So if you have a 13-year-old child or a 12-year-old child who has been assaulted in this way, why are you seeking monetary damages for it? Why didn't you bring this? Go to the police. You understand? Because whoever did this needs to be brought to justice for such an act against a 13. He wasn't expecting Jay-Z to do this. So in other words, Jay-Z threw a monkey wrench in his strategy. He thought, okay, we're gonna settle this out of court, with however many millions we can get out of Jay-Z, and everything is gonna be all good. But it didn't work out for him in that way because Jay-Z fought back, and that is a good thing. Now it's unfortunate that Puffy is in jail at this time, but I'm telling you, Edward, I believe some of the cases brought against Puffy were frivolous as well. I don't believe all of these things because of the way the law is set up, where you can get these anonymous, anybody can call in and say they've been sexually assaulted by Puffy or Jay-Z at this time. An attorney will take on this case, and then they'll file a motion in court, contact the person who the alleged assaulter, claim these damages, say, okay, we want this amount of money, and we're going to keep this hush hush. Well, that's harassment, that's bullying, whatever, it's all kind of things. So no, I don't stand in agreement with every person who says that they were sexually assaulted by somebody. I need to see some proof. You're going to have to make a believer out of me. And that's not just for Jay-Z and Puffy, because we live this in our communities as well. I gave you an example earlier of this young man, doing great in school, 17 years old, graduating the year that these charges came up against him behind a hot mama, a 12-year. Now, this is the thing. A lot of people may get angry with me, but I'm a realist, and I'm going to speak truth to power, and I'm going to shame the devil if I have to in the midst of it. Because you know why? We have a lot of these little girls, 12 and 13 years old, unbeknownst to their parents, who are going out there misrepresenting their ages. Okay? They're putting on makeup, they're dressing a certain kind of way, and they're misrepresenting their ages. Now, in the case that I'm talking about, this is a young guy who was about to graduate high school, came in contact with this 12-year-old who told him she was 16. They ended up having intercourse. The mother found out and pressed charges against this good kid. Now, because of the way the law is set up, this child is in the system, had to register as a sex offender at that age. So no, Miss Dana been around too long and know too much to just stand on the side of these women who just want to make money off these black billionaires. I'm going to say this as well. Can you hear me, Mr. Edward?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Oh, they're hey, and they're listening.
Listen, I have to speak this because, and I wish more women would find their voice and stand up against these things. Let the justice system play out here. Let's not, convict these men based on our public opinion of them. That's not fair. Everybody is entitled to due process under the law. Just because Jaguar Wright said it, it doesn't make it true. I told you weeks ago, because you know why? I am a listener. I listen to Jaguar Wright speak. I listen to the way her fluctuations in her tone when she spoke about Diddy and when she spoke about Jay-Z. And what did I tell you? Didn't I tell you that Jaguar Wright had relations with Jay-Z? Well, sexual relations with Jay-Z. Well, now that's coming out. So to me, because I've been watching her for 4 years, what I'm going to say about Jaguar Wright is that, yes, she's been in the industry since she was a young girl, and she's been around a lot of industry people, but she was thrown out. Okay. Her music didn't do like it was supposed to do. In other words, they said, we have no place for you here. So what that tells me is because her career didn't go the way it should, and because she's secretly in love with Jay-Z, she chose this route. This is the route that she chose to bring these men down. But shame on her for doing that. Because now what I've been known forever about her is that she's a great, impeccable storyteller. People are figuring her out now to the point to where she has to, she's, her back is up against the wall because they're calling her out on the lies that she put out against these men. It's good for people to study people. Don't just take what somebody says as, the Bible. Study these things. Use your own judgment. Because I'm going to tell you right now, this allegation against Jay-Z, I don't believe it. What I believe happened is there was another attorney involved in this particular instance here with this lady who claims to have autism. And that's something that I'm going to touch on as well, because I've been doing some research on autistic people. All right. And now I have a background in working with children with disabilities. Okay. So now I'm going to say this. This attorney passed this particular case off to Busby. Now, ask yourself the question why that attorney passed this case off to Busby. He wouldn't touch it because he understood that there were some inconsistencies in her story. But Busby, being the ambulance chaser that he is, took it because he thought that Jay-Z was a Diddy. You see, Diddy settled with Cassie in less than 24 hours, right? For 30 million. Which made him look guilty of other things. And in return, that opened a Pandora's box for Diddy. But he didn't understand that Jay-Z is much more intellectual than Diddy. We're talking about two different people here, right? If you watch Jay-Z over the years, you know that he's a very intelligent young man. Versus Diddy, you know, people made Diddy. You know, Diddy was under the rule and reign of higher ups that made him who he is. But Jay-Z is totally different. But this lawyer, Busby, thought that he would come and bring these type of charges against Jay-Z. And it would have been behind closed doors. And Jay-Z said, no, we're going to bring this to the public. And I'm going to call you out on your BS. This didn't happen. Now, what else I'm going to say is, and this speaks to Busby and his irresponsible ways that he took with this case and this lady who claimed to have autism and to claim to have been SA'd by Diddy and Jay-Z with another celebrity watching. If the internet, because after I read the file, I ran to the internet. And 2000, I looked up every award show they had in 2000. And from my own little bit of research, found out that Jay-Z and Diddy were at two different award shows that night. Okay? So if YouTubers could have figured that out, why in the world didn't this attorney figure this out? So in other words, what I'm saying is that this lady's story wasn't vetted properly. And that's to his detriment. Because now the Pandora's box is open. And Jay-Z got some hell of an attorney. And the attorneys are fighting back and forth. And rightfully so. Now, when we speak about this lady, and I'm going to be sensitive to the fact that she says that she's autistic. But after the research, and from what I already know, from listening to her speak, from what I already know, she's a high functioning autistic person, right? Now, we heard her talk. She didn't stutter. She engaged in conversation with the interviewer, didn't skip a beat. She had inconsistencies in her stories, but she was able to communicate effectively with this interviewer. Now, when we go back and we research high functioning autistic people and what they're able to do, one of the things that struck me is that they have impeccable memories. So how is it that this high functioning autistic woman got all of those things wrong in her story? I'm going to tell you how. The attorney before, like I said, he passed this off to Busby. She told this attorney a story. When it got to Busby, and this is, let me show you, follow me now, because the file came from one attorney and it went to another one, right? Busby amended that court case, that court file. You know why? Because he saw a few inconsistencies, but he didn't research deep enough. It wasn't only with the time It was with other things as well. As far as Jay-Z and Diddy being in two different places on that night. He did not vet this young lady's story well enough. But the first attorney was wise enough to understand that, hey, something is ain't right with this story. I'm not gonna throw it away. She's claiming to be a victim, so I'm gonna pass it off to the 1-800 ambulance chaser. And he took a chance on it. Jay-Z fought back, and now he got to spend his money in court to fight Jay-Z's attorneys. You have anything to follow up with that?
No, I mean I'm totally in agreement with you on what you're saying and things. It's amazing to me how quiet the people are and stuff. You know,
Let me tell you,
every
it is, you know, many may say this is insensitive to go against people who claim to be victims of sexual assault. But what I'm going to say to that is it's also insensitive. It's criminal, excuse me, to bring fake charges up against people, ruining their reputation, and could possibly ruin their lives because of the lies that they're telling. So, being that I'm a fair person on each side, and I'm not blind to what the information that's being provided, I can't help but stand on a neutral ground, not biased either way, and say exactly what I feel and what I feel is going on. Right? There is, in my humble opinion, from what I'm seeing, there's only a few black billionaires. And every black billionaire that was created, somebody took him down. Hugh Hefner never went to jail. I'm talking about the Playboy man with the Playboy mansion and the
yeah.
12 and 13-year-old Playboy bunnies. I'm old enough to remember that coming, those images with the little girls with the bunnies on their head,
Mm-hmm.
pink and white.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that. And at the time, these girls were my age, just a kid. And I'm looking at these little girls, in bathing suits with bunny on their head with an old man sitting behind them.
Mm-hmm.
He never went to jail. He died a free man.
And
But
exploited all of those kids for.
exactly. Where's the justice for those girls?
And there is none.
But you see, they never talked because they understood their position.
Yeah.
You understand me? A hoe is a hoe is a hoe.
Yeah.
Whether you're being pimped out by your mama, and let me tell you something, these things are not far-fetched. Because these people live we will never understand the lifestyles that these people live. You see, in order for us to live good, I might have to pimp out one of my little girls. That's how they think. That's how they think. Now, I saw that behavior being adopted when all of these accusations came out about R. Kelly and the two younger girls that he was dating, his two girlfriends, because both of their parents knew where they were. They only started to cry about it when the checks stopped coming.
Exactly.
You understand me? So
Oh
how
yeah.
much love did you really have for your daughters?
They
Because you knew where they
didn't.
were. He
Mm-hmm.
didn't kidnap them.
No.
You knew where they were. But his checks paid your bill. And now you want to say that he was holding them hostage and this and that and the other was a total lie. Yeah. These behaviors that we are speaking of, that's happening now in the Black community, many years ago, we wouldn't have never been having these conversations. But because African American people have picked up behaviors of the Caucasian, European descent of people, because this is where it comes from, all the way back to slavery, when we had massive raping our black men in the front of their wives. That's where all that nasty stuff comes from, Edward. Go back into your history. These things are not naturally a part of the Black community. That's adopted behaviors. It was the white man who introduced that by way of intimidating the slaves, getting them to do whatever they wanted to do in front of their wives, essaying them, breaking them, shattering their manhood. It may seem like my conversation is going all over the place, but I'm really not. If you follow me, it's all in context. I'm just a deep thinker. I'm not going to be one of the women who stands up and just, bury these men and say that they're guilty, guilty, guilty. I'm not doing that. Show me the evidence, especially with this Jane Doe, this recent Jane Doe, this autistic woman who's very high functioning, probably lives alone and does everything for herself. When the dad says, I don't believe her, that means you shouldn't believe her either. Because who would know her better than her dad? Think about the story. She said she was 12, right? Drove 5 hours with a friend all the way to the award shows. Couldn't get in. So she watched it on the big screen TV outside. Then after that, took a walk, went fine. She went fine. P. Diddy's limo driver. And he says, you look like something that P. Diddy likes. Paraphrasing. Really? You just happened to stop at the right limo? Really? In fact, you didn't get close to those limos, little girl. Let's tell the truth and shame the devil. If you know the setup, those things are roped off and everything. You never got close. So you're lying. That's what you're doing. You're lying. You created that story and you made yourself believe it. And you got some help from Busby. It don't look good to me that he had to amend that court case filing. If he would have amended it without changing the times, I would have said, okay, maybe, before he added Jay-Z's name to it. But he changed the time, which lets me know he wasn't even sure about anything himself. Now, little YouTubers with no degree in investigation or nothing like that just pop up and start researching Where was Jay-Z on this date at this time? Bam. Jay-Z come up to this award show. Where was P. Diddy at this date at this time? Bam. Puffy come up at a different award show at the same time. Well, you tell me, how can they be in two places at one time?
They
It's
can't.
nonsensical. It don't make sense.
Absolutely not.
So how are we going to continue to let these people do this to, you know, if you're guilty, you're guilty. Okay. Let the justice system handle you. You know, you do the crime, you do the time. But if you're not guilty, I'm standing in your defense all day long. I don't care what this. To hell with the Me Too movement. Because the Me Too movement is messed up. The Me Too movement is sending innocent men to jail just because women saying they have been sexually assaulted. No questions asked. We can't continue to let that happen. What if one of those men turn out to be our sons? Think about it that way. No. No. Where's the Me Too movement right now? They're supposed to be for victims, uh, you know, of sexual assault. Where are they now? Why are they not speaking out on these two individuals, these cases right here? You know, they did the surviving R. Kelly thing on Lifetime. They got all of these old tired hoes who had been with R. Kelly, who he took good care of, to come out and say that he was doing some bad things to him in order to convict this man. You know, when you're famous like that, they have women. I see that in the church, just from being in the church with the musicians, how women flock to these musicians. You know, the bass player, the guitar, you know, the organist, whatever instrument they play. Oh, the women love them. They turn, you know, sometimes fans could turn into groupies. And that's what's happening with these stars. Most of these women are not being sexually assaulted. They're just jumping on the bandwagon now because they see that there's free money being given. Kiss had many groupies. I don't think any of them sued him. The band Kiss, the rock band's Kiss.
Hmm.
I'm gonna turn the mic over to you.
I was trying to download this I was trying to download this PDF thing. I had just purchased it and stuff, and so I was trying to download it and install it and stuff so I can put up this thing about LeBron James, how he dressed up as a woman at the P. Diddy party
Mm-hmm.
and things. I don't know, trying to activate this thing, but I may have to just call the people and they have to walk me through it. But anyway, I think I can. Let me
I'm
see.
sure there were many questionable things happening at these parties, but I have a hard time believing that P. Diddy forced anybody to do anything. When you look at the narrative of the story they're telling, you know, they're saying that these people were sex workers who came across state lines, right?
Mhm.
So a sex worker, now maybe there's a crime in coming across state lines, but did P. Diddy bring them across state lines? Or did they came themselves? So where's the crime in that?
Well,
That he
see,
paid them for sex?
my thing is simply this. You know, the people proclaimed that all of these young people were supposed to have been uh at this P Diddy's party or whatever and stuff, right?
Right.
So if the government has any type of if the government has any type of um of evidence that any young people was being essayed or anything happening to any young people at this party, well then help me to make this make sense. There is no possible way whatsoever that they would ever allow anybody to be walking and they have evidence of a young person being essayed.
Absolutely. And what I'm going to add to that is we only heard of young children being essayed by P. Diddy after he was incarcerated. He's not been charged with any such thing.
Nothing.
So what I'm saying is this attorney Busby and the black attorney that came on, they're the ones who started this. The black lady attorney who came out and said that she had X amount of victims that she was filing claims for. And they basically said, even at the beginning, that this was a money grab.
Right.
We're
Right. I
searching
did.
for victims. We're searching. You're searching. You don't have to search for a victim. A true victim, if they want to tell their story, they're going to contact you. But when you say it like that, then you're going to have a lot of people with bad intentions in their heart that's going to reach out to you because they can read between the lines of you saying this is a money grab.
Right.
And that's what's happening. That's exactly what's happening. P. Diddy has not been charged with any kind of assault against a child,
Right.
except for
Exactly.
the case, the filing that Busby did
Right.
in October.
Right.
This is not, this charge is not even a part of his indictment. This is something that he was hoping to do behind closed doors, settle, demand letters and all of that mediation they're talking about in order to
Exactly.
get these people to settle for some millions and millions of dollars, in hopes of keeping their name secret. But
Right.
Jay-Z said, no, 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 baby. I'm not letting you get away with this because this did not happen.
Right.
And from listening to the story, and that was even before I seen Jay-Z's attorney, his attorney's PowerPoint presentation. I figured out this girl was lying and that she was coerced by Busby. Listening to her talk, the interviewer asks her one question. She doesn't answer the question. She goes on to talk about her autism. Really? Well, thank you for letting me know. Thank you for showing me how high functioning you are.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that, ma'am. So now I can call you a liar without feeling bad. Now, who gonna check me about it? Because I'm telling the truth. Go watch the video. Go watch the interview that lady did, playing with a teddy bear. Get out of my face. You should have been playing with a teddy bear at 12, but yet you was running and jumping out your parents' house, the window, high functioning, because she knew exactly that she wanted to run away from her parents' house and go to this award show. You did all that as an autistic child. Get the hell out of my face. Get out. Get out. Tell it to somebody slow. Ma'am, you're lying. She lying. Your dad came get you. Listen to how silly the story sounds. She made her way to a room. They gave her a drink. She got woozy. She walked through the house and made her way to a room. She went in the room. There was only one bed in the room. Then P Diddy and Puff, the other one, Jay-Z, go in there and they take turns raping her, right?
Mm-hmm.
SA'ing her. She's able to fight him off and punch one in the neck or whatever she said. And she leaves out of the room with no clothes on, holding her clothes, with the house was full of guests, and nobody noticed a 12-year-old child running out of a bedroom naked with
That's
holding her
what
clothes.
I was saying
Get
earlier.
Get
That's
the hell out of
exactly
here.
what I was saying earlier.
Tell it to somebody slow. Because we're not believing it on this end.
That's
Ma'am,
exactly what I was saying.
I'm not
earlier.
believing it, ma'am. And ma'am, if I have to do it on my own, if you know what, I'm gonna go on my YouTube reality TV channel. And every day of the week, I'm gonna talk about this story because it has to, somebody gotta put a spotlight on.
Okay, good.
Just
I finally got it.
no, we're not gonna let you do that. I'm sorry. Jay-Z, Puffy, they might be guilty of some stuff they did. I don't know. But this right here, they're not guilty. They're not guilty. Google is a good friend. All you had to do was go and Google. Tell me why Busby couldn't do that. Now, she leaves out of there and she runs until until she gets to a gas station and the lady lets her call her father. Her father drives 5 hours to get her. And then she gets in the car and her father doesn't ask her what she's doing this far away from home. They don't say one word. Really?
So okay, so how long did it take for the father to come to pick her up?
It took the father, it's a 5-hour drive from where they live at.
Yeah, 5 hours.
So it would have been the 5 hours going back. So that's a whole entire 10 hours the man had to drive.
That's a damn near half a day right there.
Listen, she just got SA'd. So I'm sure she's disheveled. She's looking like something wrong with her. You don't get SA'd and be all right after that. So when her daddy would have saw her daddy was gonna ask her, what happened to you, girl? A parent know their child. Even if she didn't say nothing, he wouldn't have been able to look in her face upon seeing her that something wasn't right with his child. That's why he said he didn't remember that happening. He's not going to jail for her. You understand me?
No, he's not.
So the store clerk or whoever she said they try to get in contact, they just happen to be dead. Really? Really? No, you're lying. Even your daddy's saying you're lying, girl. And daddy said, I will not have no part of this. Not with these two big celebrities, girl. You fixing to go get yourself in some trouble. You and your attorney could possibly get him disbarred for this false allegation he put against these men. And you never spoke about it until now.
And see, really? that's the point that I'm trying to make. It's that these people supposedly had went to this party. This girl was supposed to be in there with hundreds of people. She's supposed to have went and got SA'd, but nobody. I mean, you would think that the people that was there would have known a young person there and would have said something, but nobody said anything. So she get SA'd, nobody says anything. She runs out. according to what the attorney said, it ain't no gas station close by the house. So see, this is where it's interesting to me. If the limousine driver driven her to the house, remember, he driven her to the house.
Yeah.
So if he driven her to the house, how in the hell did she get to any gas station? Because it ain't no gas station within a walking distance.
According to her, she ran out of the house and she ran, like I said, she ran and she ran and she ran until she found a gas station. She asked the clerk to use the phone to call her father to come and pick her up.
Okay, so that can easily be rectified because you can go back and you can get the phone records.
Well, no, because they don't exist. those phone, those phone records don't exist. That is a figment of that woman's imagination. And now, so who really took advantage of this autistic young lady in all sensitivity? Was it Jay-Z and R. Diddy? Or was it Attorney Busby?
I mean,
who made a complaint? And why would he co-sign her going on national television and being interviewed like that? Without even him being present? That don't even make sense.
Because it's the salacious nature of the accusation. You can take the people down just for a mere accusation.
That's what he think. That's what he thought. And that's what I'm saying. He didn't expect Jay-Z to come out swinging.
No.
He came out blazing, both guns blazing. Fine. So that halt everything right there. Now they got to take some time to do some other things. File motion after motion after motion for this and that and whatever else.
Yeah, because they have to change the narrative. They have to change the narrative. I mean, it's amazing to me.
You know what? This is criminal. They ought to be charged. That lady ought to be charged. She, yeah, she high functioning, all right. She was high functioning enough to know that I could get me a few millions of dollars out of these people because I don't ever have to be identified under the new laws they got for sexually abused people. You understand? Mm-hmm. When you want to try to settle this out of court, I don't have to be identified. But Jay-Z said no, file some criminal charge. I have a right to know who I'm fighting against, who's bringing these accusations against me. I have a right to, create my defense and know who's bringing these accusations against me. Let's fight it. If this happened, bring up some criminal charges because the new law is there's no statute of limitations for sexual assault. And that kind of, I'm going to use the word graping. You understand? When it comes to a child. So people want to say, oh, Jay-Z, he came out and he found that. And they think, oh, this makes him look. No, that don't make him look guilty. That make him look like a strong, empowered individual who's standing up in his own defense. Telling this attorney, I'm not letting you take advantage of me like this here.
Okay, so is this girl supposed to be associated with Hollywood or something, or is this girl just a groupie?
No, this young lady right here, the 12-year-old, 13-year-old, she just wanted to go to the award show one night. Keep in mind, she's autistic.
So my first question would be this. If she's autistic as she proclaimed in things, How in the hell did she get over in the area in the first place?
She had a friend to drive her. Now, I don't
$5?
know. Hold on. I don't know about you, Edward, or anybody else, but when I was 12, I had 12-year-old friends. I didn't have no friends that was driving. You understand what I'm saying? They don't give driver's licenses to 12-year-olds.
So an adult or a person who was at age to drive drove her from where?
I don't know her hometown, but wherever she lived, it was 5 hours away from the award show.
Okay, so the girl got driven 5 hours away. She's only 12. Five
Hmm.
hours away. She's only 12, and they're gonna drop her off somewhere. She has no clue of who's around, what's around. She has no
Right.
family, no nothing. And
Basically, 5 hours. We have to say that this was another city that she entered. Okay, you know that's a long distance. So she drove from one city to another city to see this rapper perform. Didn't have a ticket, wasn't able to get in. So she watched it on the big screen TV outside.
okay, so but
And
but see, the thing is this is my point right here. What was your friend?
evidently the friend went back, traveled back home.
So she left a minor
Yes,
out 5 hours away from home
in a strange land,
in a strange land.
all by herself. No, the information is not adding up. I mean, the story is dead. I'm sure this is gonna get dismissed. But being that Busby is who he is, he's gonna try to fight it a little while. But eventually, it's going to get dismissed because this is something that did not happen. We see these men. There's a paper trail on the internet. They weren't even in the same places at the same time.
But you know what's happening, right? I mean, it's the salaciousness of the accusation, and you have all of the news reporting upon this 24/7. So this man is losing millions every day that this stays in the public's eye,
Yes.
all because of an accusation that
Hmm.
they cannot substantiate.
That's right. That's the evil deed that's being done to this to Jay-Z and Puffy in
And,
this
and then,
instance.
then what puts really salt up on the wound is clearly this. What puts salt up on the wound is when when God, I just lost my train of thought just that quick. I just forgot what I was just going to say just that quick. It was on the tip of my tongue, and I was just about to say something. Then I just lost it. It'll come back to me in a minute. Whatever it was.
Yeah. But again, I mean, I believe that he should have vetted this information more, but he didn't really vet it that much because he was certain that Jay-Z would fold and say, okay, you know, trying to protect his name and all that. I'm gonna go ahead on and settle with you. Now, he said he wanted to sit down in mediation with Jay-Z. They never asked for any money. But when you send a demand letter, that's what you're doing. That's what you want to mediate. You want to sit down and talk to somebody because you want to come a term of agreement about a settlement. That's what mediation is for. So by him saying that, I mean, for the people who've ever had a lawsuit done, they know what mediation is and what demand letters is. You're not fooling nobody by saying that. You never asked for a dollar amount. You never asked for money. That was your ultimate goal, sir.
See, people wants to put Busby. They want to give Busby high accolades and things, because he won a few cases and stuff, and people saying, never underestimate him and whatnot. Well, my question is simple, and I keep saying this. See, I've all the time think out the box. I'm not one that goes with the status quo. I'm not one that's going to be an associate or affiliate with the fanfare or the fan base, wanting to ridicule these people and bring them down and stuff without no proof or no evidence or anything. I don't support their music. I don't support them in no way, shape, form, or fashion.
Right.
I really don't care what Busby background is or who he is or how he has done and things like that. I mean, common sense would tell me, and common sense is just simply this. If this man really had something as he proclaimed to have, well then, come out with the smoking gun.
That's right. Great.
Don't play tiddlywinks. Come on with the smoking gun.
And then he had enough
bullshit and
nerve.
nonsense.
Then he had enough nerve in the court filing, because I read it. I read the entire thing. He had a picture of an apparatus that he claims they used to put the drug in the in the alcohol for the young. Really, sir? Not even a picture of the actual thing. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
A picture that he found on the internet, and he posted that in the. Let me tell you something. They got some people that's just dishonest yet. See, Busby, if with all of these women that could possibly come out and not have to be named, you know how much money that man could stand to make on some false allegations, just because he's saying that we know this and there's other celebrities here, and if you don't want to be named, then you got to give us this amount of money. Jay-Z's not having it. And because he took that stance, if Busby does that to another celebrity, that the next celebrity is going to take the same stance. That's why I say Jay-Z threw a monkey wrench in his strategy. He wasn't expecting it at all.
See, the thing is this, and this is how I'm looking at it. If the government really had any type of evidence whatsoever that any young people was in any type of compromising position, period, there is no way that they would allow anybody to be walking the streets of anywhere.
Right.
It's no way. The feds, you telling me that the feds have evidence of kids being trafficked or SA? Now I watched that guy, that sheriff, the one over there in Florida, who literally has the criminal pictures of the people who've been doing all of this stuff. He's got those people in jail, and he's the sheriff. But you mean to tell me that the government, the feds, have evidence of kids being trafficked and whatnot? And the people who were supposed to have been there at this Diddy party, they don't have these people in handcuffs right now? Really?
Well, they confiscated, they said they confiscated video evidence. So evidently they didn't have video evidence of P. Diddy essaying any children because that's not in the indictment.
Come on. Come on.
That's not a part of the indictment.
Come on. Now you're speaking facts. Educate the people. Educate the people.
The indictment is a racketeering conspiracy some and prostitution over the state. I forgot how they worded it, but basically crossing state lines for prostitution and
Now,
trafficking. But trafficking meaning adults,
right.
not children.
Right.
But the thing is, what throws me off about this, that's why I say a lot of these filings are frivolous.
Mm-hmm.
Because these people, these adults, these sex workers, they get paid to have sex. They get paid. That's what they're getting paid for.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, come on now.
Hey, I said that the people got all up in arms and stuff because Cassie got her ass beat. But Cassie wanted to get her ass beat. Cassie could have got out of that a long time ago. But she did not leave. Her nor what's her name?
Porter?
Yeah, Kim Porter. Kim, did you read the memoirs of Kim Porter? She said she was naive. She said she left him. She understood all of the stuff that he was doing and things. He did her just like he did Cassie. She knew all about all of the affairs and everything. But what did she do? She came back. She had babies. Came back and had babies.
Right.
So obviously, you must have been loving the stuff. That money was way too good for you to stay in that relationship.
And that's the thing. A lot of people don't understand that when women get in situations like that and they don't leave at the first time of the signs of abuse, they stay in it and they stay in it. I'm talking about women. I'm not talking about regular women. I'm talking about women who encounter these type of rich men. They stay because it's what's in it for them. So they endure abuse because they're too they have come adjusted to live in a certain lifestyle. So they endure that type of abuse in order to live good, which don't make no sense to me.
Right. That's exactly my point. And so this is why I can't get with the people who gets mad and stuff, because I'm speaking my truth and I'm only speaking from what I'm seeing. How are you going to get mad at me for what's happening? I'm only telling you for what I see. Then these people, they get mad because Cassie got beat. How many people get beat on a daily? They make hell and hot water because Cassie got her ass beat. But that shit happens every day. Every single day.
We saw Cassie getting beat on video. But even Gene Deal said that Cassie used to beat on him.
But see, Gene Deal, he goes around and he's speaking upon all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So you speaking up on all of this stuff. My thing is this: Well, shit, you know some stuff,
You're
and
guilty.
because you know some stuff, you ain't saying nothing.
And not just that. No, he know. If you know all that, he was a police officer. As a police, I don't. Just like with me, I don't have to be teaching, but I'm a mandatory reporter of any kind of abuse against whatever, especially children. So this police officer is a mandatory reporter, even though he's not working as a police officer. He's working as a security guard, which has the same, you see, he still would have been a mandatory reporter. So he's in violation, is what I'm trying to say, of not reporting those crimes to the police. Because he said he's seen some stuff.
And see, right there. That's the key, right there. He said he's seen some stuff. That's what he said. He said he's seen some stuff. So because he's seen some stuff, why didn't he say anything?
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm saying. He never said nothing.
Nothing at all.
So that would make him guilty too.
They're gonna get his ass too. He's stupid. He's stupid. This is what I'm saying. This is why Diddy is going to get off. I don't believe Diddy is going to. Everybody's talking about Diddy is going to get life and this and that. Diddy is getting off. Diddy is getting off. The government ain't got. They ain't got shit up on him because the stuff that they could charge him with, like having a gun in his house and stuff, with the serial number filed down, they ain't charging him with that.
Exactly. Domestic abuse, they ain't charging with that.
Yeah. It's a lot of stuff that they didn't charge him with. But they want to say that racketeering and transporting people from one place to another. All, like you say, none of that stuff is in the indictment. Like they did what's his name? What's the guy's name who they proclaimed killed himself?
Jeffrey?
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein. None of that stuff is in Diddy's indictment.
Mm-mm.
They ain't never said anything about Diddy ever doing anything to
children.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But yet you have this ambulance chaser of an attorney who comes out and make that kind of accusation against him. That's not the government doing that. That's an attorney who did that.
Exactly.
You thought it would have been able to get away with it. Now, what happened was, by Jay-Z coming out strong like that and fighting back, he actually helped Diddy.
Yeah, he did. He took the spotlight off of Diddy. Yeah, took the spotlight off of him.
Inadvertently, he helped Diddy escape.
Mm-hmm. Now you know what happened. Now they had this guy come out and saying that Jay-Z had did something to him. So all of these people are coming out now. Why now?
Because it's a money grab.
That's all it is. That's all that it is.
That's all that it is.
That's all that it is. And
there's a 1-800 number. Mm-hmm. Anytime an attorney put up a 1-800 number soliciting victims of sexual abuse, man, you shady. That's shady.
You
Like I
got
said,
you.
if a true victim of sexual abuse want to tell their story, they go tell it. They don't need nobody to, you know, put up a 1-800 number for them to call. So that, that's my stance on that issue right there, you know. But I mean, for the people, if they had any doubt, are they talking about, oh, she's autistic and autistic people, give her a break. Her story might not be correct. She may be remembering remembering stuff that happened to her at a different well, let her get
Well,
her situation right then.
see, this is my problem with that. I mean, how does she have access to two powerful men?
I just told you what she said she did at 12.
Yeah, but I don't believe that whatsoever.
It
And for
didn't
the
happen.
people to believe that, they got to be so goddamn stupid.
That didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen. I
And
mean,
she just
the girl who took her, or the guy who took her, whoever took this minor 5 hours away from her home, should be charged with child abandonment, child endangerment.
I think the person who took her died. That's what they say. Either the person who took her died or the store clerk died. One of them died.
Well, it's amazing, and it's so goddamn convenient that you cannot trace the people who had
That's
some
right.
type of interaction with her.
That's right.
That's so goddamn convenient. So how did they die?
I have no idea.
I mean, how did they know that they died? How did they know where they are?
I guess maybe they researched it. Are they gonna claim that they researched that stuff?
So this girl's got a vivid memory from all of these many years back.
And she's autistic. Keep that in mind. She's autistic and she's high functioning, but yet she can't get her story straight.
And
according
she's
to
up
what
there playing with teddy bears.
According to what they say about high functioning autistic people, they have really, really great memories. So how is it that this high functioning autistic woman forgot what happened to her, or where she was?
But wait a minute. Wait 1 minute. The people who was supposed to have had this horse tranquilizer and GHB in their system and stuff, and it says that it's supposed to fog the people's memory and things. How in the hell could this girl remember things and she's supposed to be in and out? And then not only that, but this is the major point with me right here. Because I've listened attentively to what they had said. They said that they penetrated her vaginally. They both penetrated her vaginally, and then after they got finished, she got up, and then Diddy was trying to force her to give him fellatio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so wait 1 minute.
I think she punched him in the neck.
So they literally pinned this young girl down, and both of them took turns vaginally penetrating her, while this other movie star, as she proclaimed, stood there and watched. Okay, so who is the movie star?
Right. Why didn't he name the movie star? Did you even contact the movie star? Or is she next, this movie star next on your list to say try to get some money out of?
So and then this is my next point. So okay, so two men supposed to have vaginally penetrated her and things. So you got men screaming because they're going into their rectum, but you got a little young lady who was penetrated vaginally by two, well, I would take it well-endowed men, because I mean, if they're going and you got grown men screaming or hollering and things like that and stuff, you think that if they penetrated a little young girl who's not even fully developed, why didn't they take her to the hospital and get a R case done?
Well, who's going to take her to the hospital when she ran out of the party with no clothes on? She had her clothes, trying to cover herself up with her clothes, but they were not on her body. She runs into the street, and she runs and she runs and she runs until she finds this store.
Right.
Okay.
But
She
even with
calls
that,
her dad. She calls her dad and don't tell her dad what happened to her.
but she doesn't even tell the clerk. She
don't
doesn't
even
tell the clerk.
So now she run to the, it would seem that the clerk would have said, okay, something is, not right with this child. Let me try to, I would have called somebody myself. I'd have called the authorities myself. If I would have saw a child, a 12-year-old child, come into my store all disheveled, looking like something happened to her. So she had to have stayed in the store for 5 hours until her dad came to pick her up, because it takes 5 hours to get to this city, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hang out in the street. It's bullshit. The story is bullshit.
So they had to feed her. They had to put some type of clothes on her. I'm sure that they had to make her somewhat comfortable and whatnot. A young girl. So I'm sure that they say, okay, so where did you come from? What happened? What
You
was
talking
what?
about the store clerk?
Right.
Of course.
So the store clerk didn't have no wherewithal to call the call the authorities to say, I have a little young girl here who looks like she's been disheveled, who looks like she's been in some type of altercation or whatever.
Right. Right.
So if she was vaginally penetrated, you think that she'll be hurting. She got vaginally penetrated by two grown men, and she's not hurting. Oh my God! Come on!
It would seem that that would have kind of incapacitated her. She wouldn't have been able to move and things like that.
She gets penetrated, but yet she runs.
The story ain't real. The girl lied.
Either Jay-Z and Penis Diddy ain't doing nothing to these sex workers, kitty, because a little young girl can take both of them. Really? Come on.
No lies, I tell you.
It doesn't make no sense. And then
Not
you got people that sit here and everybody is siding with this idiotic, stupid, demented, twisted young girl who's supposed to have been SA'd, and they can't even think for the goddamn self. Come on. Stupid.
The young girl, the autistic woman, is smart enough to understand with her disabilities. She's smart enough to understand that she can swindle some money out of some movie stars if she tell the story. She's smart enough to do that.
And get national fame. They're gonna write a movie about this shit.
Oh yeah.
The young girl who accused Jay-Z and Diddy of essaying her. She's already a superstar right now because she's going to be plastered all over the internet, all over TV, all over everything. She's going to be the poster child for SA people. She's gonna be the poster child. She's already a poster child. Autistic, crazy, smart ass. What is she? White? Is she black? Is she Mexican? Is she? Is she Filipino? I mean, what is her nationality?
I don't know, but Jay-Z want to know. He asked him to reveal her identity, so maybe, hopefully, we get a chance to see who she is.
So she came on and she gave her testimony and stuff, and the people can't see right through that shit. Really? 24 years later.
Yeah.
And this little heifer. And I know hey, I don't care. I don't care if the people get mad at me. Yes, I'm calling her a heifer. Because anybody who's going to sit here for 24 years and go come and pull some bullshit like this, she doesn't deserve no type of respect from me. None whatsoever. Artistic or not.
Yeah, that's what I say. She was smart enough to try to, get some money out of these men. So I mean, her being autistic doesn't have anything. It doesn't even matter because she told a lie, and she knew it was a lie, and so did Busby. They both knew it. They just thought they'd take a chance with Jay-Z, not knowing that Jay-Z wasn't the one to play with like that.
I still can't believe that the people are still here believing this bullshit.
Oh, well, there's going to be many people that's still going to believe it because they want to, like I said, the Me Too movement got their minds twisted, automatically believe the victim. Well, no, I can't automatically believe the victim. Show me some evidence, show me some proof of what happened to you. I can have sympathy and empathy for you, and things like that, because you say this is what happened to you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I automatically believe your story. No, you got to prove it. You have to prove this.
You know what's amazing to me is and I've been looking at this and listening to this for the longest time, and I saw this young man's mother on TikTok, and she was sitting up here whining and crying and stuff. I said, "Bitch, sit your goddamn ass down and shut the fuck up," because you put this young man in this situation. If Diddy invaded his buns, he still didn't say anything. He ain't saying nothing. He's sitting up here whining and crying and whimpering and wailing and stuff, and comes to a church, and the pastor sits over there and call himself praying for him and stuff. I said, "Oh my goodness, boy, these people know how to spruce this shit up." What's your take upon Beaver?
Beaver, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to think about Beaver no more. I wish that Diddy's case would play out. I wish they would be able to, record it so we can actually hear the evidence being presented. Because a lot of things were stated about Bieber, but he ain't saying nothing.
Okay, and then Usher, and then
And
all of
Usher
these
too.
other people. You're right.
Now it was said long time ago that Usher was sent to the hospital. They had to send Usher to the hospital behind some things that Diddy did to him. You know, uh, But like I said,
But he still haven't
nobody's
said
saying
anything.
anything. Exactly. It just, what happened with this young lady makes it hard for people to believe when it really happens to someone, you know, uh, because people are lying. It puts a whole damper on assaults, sexual assault, and victims. So I think they need to eradicate this as quickly as possible. This case here, uh, and really speak to the public about what's happening in these cases. Let them know that all of these things are not, these are not legitimate. It's
See, my
not.
my my problem is simply this. You see all of these pictures that he's taking with Jay-Z from a child on up, and if this was supposed to have happened to him, why is he still taking pictures with him? Why didn't he say anything? Same with Beaver. He's been taking pictures with him from a child on up. Why didn't he say anything? Because it's money. They love money.
Yeah.
These people would do anything. They will sell their tails, they will sell their vegetable for the love of money. They'll do anything. And I think that the Diddy parties and stuff, I think it was an initiation for all of the people who wanted to get into the industry. It ain't nothing but a bunch of punks, lesbian, transsexual, gays. You name it, they got it there. They got them all there. I do believe a lot of stuff is happening in Hollywood, and all with their organization and things like that. But see, the thing is simply this: you're never going to get no sympathy from me if you're going to try to destroy a person many years later, but yet you're sitting here and you're taking pictures with people. Your tormentor. If all of this stuff had happened to you and you still going and living life and taking pictures with these people, and doing deals and making records, and going on tours and stuff like that, I have a problem with that. And then you want to come years later and then you want to go and try to destroy the man's life. Really?
Hmm. But ironically, it's not the people that was closest to Diddy is saying these things, except for Cass. The lawsuits uh, that are being filed for you know demands for money is coming from other people. These people are wasn't close to him. That's why I say, these sex workers, they're basically sex workers that are doing it. When it comes to Diddy, um, saying that they were drugged or held against their will, stuff like that. That's not people that were close to him. But my thing is, you a prostitute. They paid you for sex. You gave them sex. W- w-
Basically.
Yeah, you went do your job. Now 30 years, 15, 20 years later, you want to say that they held you against your will? No, he didn't. He never held you against your will.
No, he
You know,
didn't.
maybe you allowed. They have something. They have some people like to play games when they having sex. They like to hold people, put their hand around your throat, and things like that. You know what I'm saying? I forgot what
Yeah.
they call it. But now you want to say he held you against your will. when you agreed to play that game with him, that role play. Really? Let me tell you something. I'm sorry. I don't. I'm sorry. I can't. I can't get with it. I can't get with the prostitutes that's filing these claims against Diddy. You went to work. That's what you did. You knew you was a prostitute. You wasn't a clean girl going in there or a clean man going in there, straight just to go to the party. You was hired for a specific thing. And that's what you performed it. Now they held you against your will and you got PTSD and all kind of things because you want to get some money. 20 years, 25 years later.
Right. And they're supposed to
Really?
be having some type of they're supposed to be having some type of what you call it? Um venereal disease and stuff like that.
Who got that? Who said they had that?
Well, that's that Usher had a venereal disease and passed it on to his mate. And he said that he got it from Diddy. And
Usher
then
said that?
yeah,
Really?
yeah. Remember
I didn't
he got
I don't I didn't hear about that.
yeah, Usher had got sued from his mate because he gave her a venereal disease. So this guy has it that he can't get rid of.
I remember that going around that Usher had given somebody herpes. It was herpes.
Yeah, it was herpes. You can't
Hmm.
get rid of herpes. He still got it today.
Right.
And so if he has herpes and he got it from Diddy, that means Diddy got herpes. And if all of these people that Diddy's supposed to have been SA and stuff, all of these people have herpes. And so shit, the whole goddamn industry probably have herpes now. Since he's been supposed to be popping all of these people,
Oh, they're
you
just
know,
some herpes toting
you know,
celebrity.
I, hey, look at the gorillas right there in the center of the screen. Shit, you got you got gorillas over here getting herpes to everybody and stuff. I
Yeah.
mean, it just and see, people's. I don't mean to be filthy, but I just call it for I call it for like it is and stuff. Call it for like it is. Did they use protection when they were going up these men's anus hole?
Listen, I have no idea and I really don't care. That's not something I want.
I mean, because I mean, think about that for one moment.
I
A
don't
man
know
is
and I
going
don't
up.
care. I could tell you ain't nobody going up my
Yeah, yeah, right. You know, a
something
man
wrong
is
with
going
that.
up somebody's anal hole, and then he's turning around and sticking his people's mouths and
Hey,
stuff
I
like
don't want to
that.
talk about that. Can we keep it clean, please?
And everybody,
I get it. I get it. I don't want
right?
to see
And
it.
everybody's getting herpes and all of this stuff. I mean, the whole industry.
Yeah. Phew. Ugh. Yeah.
You know,
Man.
I had watched that. I had watched that. I watched that live. When Diddy was on the radio station and stuff, and they had played the when Diddy was saying, "Yeah, I think he was talking about Meek Mills. Yeah, Daddy, I like it when you scrap and scrape, Daddy, and like this and stuff."
Yeah. Their preferences are, it's weird. They, like I said, they have adopted some behaviors from our European counterparts. Because let me tell you something, black people really, this is some new stuff that's going on. You understand? This is some new stuff that's going on. Shit. I just not to learn. Hey, it ain't been that long. I learned what oral sex was, let alone all that other shit they're talking about. Come on now. That's some stuff that don't even come on. These people is off into some ridiculous things. And you want to wonder why the HIV epidemic is still rampant? That's why. That is why. Since when you get into bed with 4 and 5 and 6 people at one time? Hello,
Hmm.
you know? Shit.
It's that's what the industry. That's what the industry.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. And now look what's happening, son. Because they're the ones with the money. That's who everybody coming down on. You can't sue nobody who don't have nothing. So we're gonna take down the ones that do.
I mean, I still say that the industry. I still say that all of that stuff that at the Diddy parties and stuff that was just indoctrination. You know, that was indoctrination too, because from what all of these people were saying, the people, all of this stuff happened to Diddy, and then Diddy ended up doing it to other people, and then it just has been going on and on and on. And see, all of these people, like with Meek Mills and all of these other producers and everybody like that, it's amazing how they only just focus upon Diddy, but all of
Can you
these
hear
other
me?
people that was with him that was doing
Hold
this
on,
stuff,
some
why they're not
something's
in
wrong with my
cuffs?
device. Can't hear.
That's what I don't understand. I mean, if see, I've listened attentively to all of these people and they give their testimonies, and Diddy, and then this other producer, and then this other producer, and this other producer. All of these people were supposed to have done these things to these people. Why isn't it that they only just focus upon Diddy and not having all of these other people's in cuffs?
Right.
If all of these other people had been there at the same time and everybody's taking turns doing this to this person, that person, that person. Just like that, just like who is that girl who said that Diddy had flown her from one place to another? She's supposed to have sat on his lap and they all took turns doing something to her and things.
You're not
What is
talking
that
about
girl's name?
Misha, huh?
Huh?
You talking about Misha?
That's her name?
Have it said black girl?
Yeah, the girl who said that all of these people took turns on her when they took her from her place of residence, and then they flew her cross country and took her to the took her to the what you call it thing, the the studio, and then everybody took turns with her and stuff. Why aren't they in cuffs?
That girl, I read that case file, but I don't think she did because if Misha would have read that case file, she claimed to be the girl in the photograph. You remember? I had
Hmm.
posted a video about the girl in the photograph. After I read the case file, it was like she said that she was at a bar with her friends,
Hmm.
and then she goes in the bathroom, and Harvey Pierre. She met Harvey Pierre at the bar.
Right.
Then he SAAs her in the bathroom, and then
Right.
from there she jumps on the jet. You
Right.
remember when I made a video about that, and I was like, I can't understand how um, from being SA, getting out of the bathroom with her friends still there, that she tells no one, but yet she jumps on a jet with a strange man to go to a strange city to meet some more strange men to get SA.
Right.
That story wasn't believable to me either. That was another Jane Doe. What? But that Jane Doe was white. She was Caucasian. So Misha claims to be Jane Doe. Misha, she didn't even look at the photograph. Misha is the black girl with all of the stories saying that these people did that to her, but she's a liar. She's another one who has mental health issues, and she's lying on these people. But you know what? Jay-Z attorneys is not gonna play with him like that. She gonna shut some channels down. Watch what I'm telling you. They after Jaguar right now. They told her to be quiet with all of that nonsense she's speaking. Now she want to backtrack on what she's saying. Well, it's too late. You've been talking for 4 years. A woman scorned. I felt it in my heart that she had, she might have had a little, one night stand with Jay-Z, and she was looking at him differently, like if they could have developed a relationship, but that's not what he wanted. I felt that. I said that. Now, in just recent days, she said she had sex with Jay-Z. The way she would talk about him, her tone of voice would change. Her facial expression, she was passionate about him when she spoke about him, which led me to say, you know what, Jag, you're a woman scorned. You had sex with that man and he left you alone and now you're mad. That's what I felt about Jaguar. She was
So
just a fan, you know,
mhm.
who became somebody who he ended up recording a single with. And things happened. They had a little relation and it was over for him, but it wasn't over for her. So now that she's looking at his life and she's saying, damn, I should have been Beyonce. Oh, she's angry with Jay-Z. So she's telling all these fake stories about him.
So who is this little black girl? Who is this little black
Keisha,
girl that has been um talking about that she's been trafficking and all like this and stuff? It's some is I think her name starts with an A and all like this and stuff.
Allie Carter, probably.
Yeah, Ali Carter.
Now for her, I believe her story is true. But Misha, I don't believe Misha at all.
But did he do it?
I don't know. I mean, according to her, she's saying a lot of people did it.
But why aren't they in cuffs? Is what I'm saying.
I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm gonna leave that out. I'm gonna say this. I could be wrong about Allie. She may be one of those storytellers like that. I don't know.
Well,
You know,
well,
but
see, I was sitting here and I was
you know, this type of stuff ain't nothing to be played with. We have true victims of crimes like this here. These people are hurt. You know, they go through their whole lives feeling inadequate about themselves, not being able to have good and sound relationships, especially with the opposite sex. That stuff is not to be played with. And then we have these people on the internet just toying with this situation. That's what bothers me. And that is my motivation for standing up against the lies that they're telling. You know, hello.
hmm
Oh, you here?
yeah, I'm here.
See nothing but a screen. Yeah, but Allie Carter, yeah, I think she's on the run again. She had to move again. She said, it's mighty funny how all the people Somebody's always after them, you know, just like with Jaguar. Jaguar got to move every 2 or 3 months because, she claims that, people from Jay-Z's camp is after her. They're trying to take her out, unalive her, and just blackball her and do all kind of things. But in reality, the reason why she's moving every 3 months is that she can't pay her bills. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's what it is. She's not stable. Anybody who could tell a story like that ain't stable.
Well, see, I was listening to Gina had sent me a live where two black guys was sitting on here, and they had said that they had vetted what they had her on their channel and stuff forever and a day, and they was listening to her stories, but then her stories start to change, and when her stories start to change, that's when they got a little gruff with her and things, and after that she ain't never came back on.
But you know why her stories start to change?
Mm.
Because Jay-Z said, I'm coming for you if you don't stop.
No, I'm talking about the Ellie Carter person.
Oh, Allie. Oh, I thought you was talking about Jaguar.
No, Ellie Carter. That's what I'm talking about. They had her on their channel. It's two guys. I'm gonna send you the link so you can listen to the live. And so they were vetting her, and they were going with her for a moment and stuff until they start to see some holes in the things that she was saying, and after that she didn't want to come on no more. So my thing is this: if something really happened to you, then come hell and high water, high tides or whatever, your story wouldn't change. It should be ingrained in your mind. If it happened, that's just second nature. You know that. You speak up on that, that. It's a part of you. But when you continue to keep talking and talking and talking, and then now you add a little bit of salt over here, then you add a little bit of pepper over here, and then you start to add some bell peppers and onions and garlic and stuff like that. Now you're changing it. Yeah, now you're changing it. This is why I have a problem. See, me, I have a very attentive ear, and I listen to what people say.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you continue to keep talking about it over and over and over again, and then over a period of time, your things start to change. Well, then I start to look at you sideways,
Right.
and then I just have to call you out. And it's like, well, okay, well, maybe something happened, but it ain't happening in a way that you are saying that it did.
That's right.
Because now you're putting too much on it. Now you got accustomed to getting the attention from the people. Now you want empathy and sympathy and all of this stuff, and so the people are flying with you. But it's people like them and like me that listens. And the guy said, look, I listen to what the people say.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I start to ask them poignant questions, they can't answer.
They can't answer. Mm-hmm.
But if it happened, well, then it should be second nature. You should be able to recite whatever you stated from the very beginning. But when you can't do that, well, then I got a problem with that. And I'm going to call you to the carpet upon that.
That the truth don't need no help, and it never changes.
Exactly.
The truth don't change.
It never changes.
A lie does, though, because you can't remember a lie.
I've always stated that the truth stands alone and it needs no help.
That's right.
If you tell a story, you should be able to tell the story 100 years from now, 1,000 years.
That's right.
1 million years. The story, Jesus rose, Jesus hung, bled, and died, and he rose. Well, that has been the story told, regardless of who told it. It happened, and it never changes.
That's right.
It stays the same. It's the truth. It needs no help. It stands on its own. And so, for those who wants to mock God and stuff, well, then I was looking at a video today, and all of these people, all of these Hollywood stars and stuff, start mock God. This one man mocked God and fell right after he mocked God. He died of a heart attack.
See that?
This other Hollywood star, she mocked God, and damn near the light pole almost fell upon her. This other country had mocked God, and God had flooded the whole town.
See?
Keep on playing with God.
Don't play with him.
Yeah. And see, this is why when I listen to these people, all of these YouTubers and stuff, I hear the salacious madness that these victims, so to speak, had endured and stuff. But then I'm kind of like, well, okay,
Some
something
victims.
happened. I get it.
There's some self-proclaimed victims.
But when you put too much on it, you lose me.
That's right.
You put too much on it, you lose me. And then the more you keep talking, you losing me even more so. And I said, these people don't want me on their channel because I'm going to call it like it is. See, okay, so now you come from victim to stupid.
Right.
Because now you put way too much up on it. Now you want all of the people to feel sorry for you. Oh, I'm sorry, and this and that and the other, and so on and so forth. Now I can't see you as a victim no more. I see you as stupid because you're doing way too much.
Right. A clown.
And that's what those guys had said. He said, I just asked the young lady a simple question. And all of you guys are getting mad at us because we're speaking our truth. We're only vetting her, which what you guys should have done.
That's right.
You guys say that, well, we don't do no research and stuff. You don't know what we do. How are you going to tell us what we do when you don't even know what we do? And then even a simple question that we ask you can't even answer it. He said, when was the last time that you ever sat down and broke bread with this girl? Have you ever been to her house? Have you ever spent time with her? Do you know what she does on a daily? Has she ever totally confided into you? No. So how are you going to sit up here and take her side when she tells one story today? Tomorrow she told another story, then the next day she told another story, and then another story, and it's like, when we was with her in the beginning, we believed her. We had her on our channel. We were talking to her. We empathized and sympathized with her. But as time went on, we start to see holes in her story because it started to change. And then when it changed, we start to ask even more pertinent questions. And that's when she got, oh, well, no, I can't talk to you guys, so I got to go. What do you mean you got to go? We was an advocate for you. And now you want to turn your back up on us because we ain't believing in what you're saying? You did too much. Way too much. And the amazing part about it is all of these stupid people sit here, and then it doesn't matter what she say. They are all in favor of her. And I said, oh my God. So you lose me. When you go and you tell people that you've been essayed, and then you stay on YouTube and Facebook, Twitter, Instagram and stuff, and then your story is constantly changing every single day to try to make it even more salacious, then I'm going to call you out. I'm going to call you stupid.
Absolutely.
Because you are. Okay, I feel bad that it happened to you, but now at the end of the day, you stupid because now you're doing way too much.
But then after all that, now you have me questioning if it happened to you at all. because, like you said, the truth don't need no help. Nothing need to be added to it or taken away from it. You know. So
Stand upon your principles.
that's right. And if
Stand
something like
upon,
that
stand your
does
ground.
happen to you, tell your
If it
story and
happened,
leave.
it happened.
That's right.
Repeat the same thing that you said, and and if you're going to be an advocate, be an advocate. If you're going to try to help people and stuff. But don't sit up here and try to get clout status and try to get empathy and sympathy and get money from people and things and stuff, and have everybody try to feel sorry for you and things. And you're saying something totally different that you said 2 days ago.
Hmm.
It doesn't work with me. See, you can't sit on my channel and tell me something one day, and then a couple of weeks later, you come back and we're talking about the same subject, and now you got something totally different. Oh no, that I'm gonna call you out. I'm gonna call you out. Because if it happened to you, it happened to you. That should be ingrained. It should never change. No matter what circumstance, no matter who's on the panel. No matter what topic comes up, if it happened, it happened. It should remain the same. But when you start to change it up and start to put a little bit more, a little bit of seasoning right here and a little bit of seasoning right there to try to doctor it up and try to get people to woo in your favor, I'm going to call you stupid. You are a sucker. You are a major lollipop. And you sit up here and you talk all of this crazy madness. You ain't never going to get no sympathy from me. I'm sorry. That's not going to happen. And so many of you sit here, listen to all of these people. Okay, I empathize with them. I sympathize with them and things. I get it. I get it. But when you want to sit here on YouTube day in and day out, go from channel to channel to channel, and continue to keep speaking this nonsense, then that's when I have to call you out to the carpet. And I know many of you may not agree with my stance. I get it. Maybe some things happen to many of you. I get it. But see, the thing is, people's, the thing is this, and many of you will come around to understanding. And I get it. You may not like my tone. You may not like what I say and stuff. I get it. I totally get it. But I'm going to keep it real and 100, peoples. I am. I'm going to keep it real and 100. I just have to, because my thing is simply this. My thing is simply this. Speak your truth and stand upon your principles and don't waver in it, regardless. Regardless. So, or who say what? I'm not here to try to vilify the people who had some things happen to them and stuff. I'm not here to do that. But when you want to come and you want to start putting a little bit more salt and sugar up on things to try to make it taste good and trying to paint a picture to the people, well, then I have a problem with that. And I'm going to call you to the carpet upon that. I'm going to call you to the carpet upon that. And I sat back and I've listened to all of these people. Now, I'm not saying that a lot of things didn't happen to all of these people who's speaking out. All of these people who's bringing all of these lawsuits up against these two men. But not only them. My thing is simply this, and I just want somebody to answer this question for me. If and see, when you listen to these stories, the people always say that it is Diddy or Jay-Z and X, Y, and Z. It's always at least 3 or 4 people who had did these things to him. But then my question is simply this. Why aren't all of these people in cuffs? Why aren't these people in cuffs? Oh, I get it. Okay, well, the superseding indictment is going to come, and then we're going to start naming some more names and so on and so forth. No, peoples, you know what this is? This is a coordinated effort. It's a game to bring down these black men. It's a game. Now, however Diddy got his millions or billions, and however Jay-Z got his millions or billions and stuff, well, it's funny to me, peoples, how now Bugsby has over 200 people who he's bringing lawsuits with, and he wants to follow it one by one. It's the game. The game is try to bankrupt this boy. The game is try to put all of this stuff on this boy and things. Now, you guys say he's guilty, but what evidence or proof do you have to say that he's guilty? All you got is just a few people who speaking out and saying X, Y, and Z. But you got to understand, people, that if Diddy is guilty and Jay-Z is guilty, then it is a multitude of people who's guilty. Because it was a multitude of people who came to the freak-offs. It was a multitude of people who continued to come to the freak-offs. You know, you can't sit here and tell me that Diddy did all of this and you didn't have your hands dirty. You're guilty. If he's guilty, you're guilty. Because see, the thing is, peoples, if you came to the freak-offs more than once, if your picture is in a freak-off more than once, then guess what? You are guilty and you are complicit. You're guilty. You came down there to have sex with all of these prostitutes, pimps, and hoes, and gigolos, and this and that and the other. You nasty suckers. You're over there sucking on penises and licking ass. And doing all of this crazy madness, this satanic rituals. Y'all over here worshiping the devil and doing all of this heinous stuff. That's why God had destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, because he had asked Lot to go just find one out of that city and I will not destroy it. But the city was full of gays and lesbians. Now, you guys have Pride Month. Why don't we have Heterosexual Month? Why is it that I have to go ahead and change my preferences, my thoughts, my views, just to accommodate you and your deviant, devilish, and demonic nature? Why should my child have to go to school and learn of your perverted nature? So what? My child is supposed to go to school to learn how to put his wingding in somebody's ass? So is that what we teach in the school? Oh, well, we got to be respectful to the gays and the lesbians. We got equal rights. So you got you got a he-she that comes and dressed like a woman but got a penis, and then wants to come into the bathroom while I'm trying to use the bathroom and stand on a stall right next to me, and you think that I'm supposed to be comfortable with that? Really, peoples? Really? So you get mad because I talk about the shit that you guys do. I'm not gay. I'm not gay, peoples. I don't bust peoples in their rectum. You guys do that shit. You get mad at me because I call you guys out for the deviant nature that you do. Well, get mad. I'm glad. Get mad. Stay mad. Because see, peoples, it is not natural for a man to be a man. In the beginning, God created man and woman. Two men and two women cannot reproduce. Cannot reproduce. They can't have babies. An anal hole is where shit comes out of. It ain't for you to stick the God-given tool to create babies into somebody's anal hole. And you can't make babies by licking kitty and rubbing on each other's titty. How are you going to make a baby? You can't make the baby. But you get mad because I call you out for the deviant, devilish, and demonic nature you do. But yet I'm supposed to accept you just the way that you are. And in the madness that you do, I'm supposed to accept that. My child's supposed to go to school and learn all of this. And you guys get mad because I don't use the pronouns. Really, peoples? Save me that bullshit. I don't give two rats' asses if a gay or if a lesbian come to my channel and you don't like what I'm talking about. You can get the hell out of here. And you don't even have to come back. Now, see, peoples, the thing is with Edward Joseph, I don't have a problem with what you do as long as you don't try to bring that in my little space. You don't try to manipulate me or try to impose your views, your will upon me or my children. I mean, however you want to do it, whatever you want to do and stuff, you do that in the comforts of your home. But if you're going to be bodaciously bringing that in my space or in my face and stuff, I'm going to say something. And I really don't give a rat's ass who you are. I'm going to tell you. And you're not going to like it. Now, many of you, and I know you do, I know you suck kitty and you do the things like Diddy. Many of you, I know there's gays and lesbians that follow me on my channel. I know it. But see, the thing is, if you're comfortable in your skin being the way that you are, then what I say shouldn't bother you. Because if you're comfortable, well, then what I say shouldn't bother you. But if you're not comfortable, well, then you know what that is? It's called conviction. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Because, hey, you're getting through somebody. Somebody is feeling uncomfortable by what Edward Joseph is saying, and they're not liking it. So if you don't like what Edward Joseph say, get the hell off my channel and don't come back. I don't give two rats' asses. Because I'm always going to speak my truth, whether you like it or not. And that's what it is, peoples. That's what it is. You know, I got gays and lesbians in my family. I love them dearly, but they know where to draw the line with me. I don't play that shit. You don't go and kiss and you don't go hold hands with another person in my presence. Did you hear what I said? I said I got gays and lesbians in my family, but I love them dearly. They're my family. They're my blood. But what Edward Joseph draw the line is when you want to do that demonic madness in front of me, well, then I'm going to call you out. I'm going to tell you where to go. And then if you want to press the issue, well, then I got to put to stick right up wherever it's going to land and to show you I mean business. So as long as you respect me as a person and know the boundaries, we don't have a problem. We don't have no problem. But once you start to cross that line, well, then we got a major problem. Whether it be online or whether we be in person, really doesn't matter to me, peoples. You know, it is what it is. But see, the thing is, peoples, it's like this. This is how I feel. This is how I feel. Now, I respect you. I respect you. But see, the thing is, I'm just saying it in general. I'm just saying it in general. I don't have a problem with gays and lesbians. I just don't like the acts that they commit. Is that all right, peoples? So now if that bothers you, well then why are you taking it so goddamn personal? Did I ever call out your name? I never did I? I said I never called out your name. So why are you getting upset? You're getting upset because you know what you're doing. It's wrong. It is abomination. It stinks in God's nostrils, peoples. And you're guilty. See, you ain't had people like Edward Joseph to call you out to the carpet. That's your problem. See, I'm gonna keep it real. I'm going to keep it 100, peoples. That's just the way that it is. You know. Now, my take up on the Diddy and the Jay-Z thing here. We don't know what the fuck happened in their house or at their parties or whatever. You know, everybody's talking about, oh yeah, it ain't no party like the Diddy party. Who said that? LeBron James. And what did LeBron James do? That sucker dressed up like a woman. He's a sucker. He is a lollipop. But see, that sucker did it upon himself. You know? But that's how he gets down. He dressed up as a woman and then he took a picture of himself. I don't see none of you suckers calling him out for the craziness, the foolishness that he's doing. He's gay. He likes that shit. You know, see, that's the one thing about Hollywood. Hollywood is Halloween. Hollywood is just like Halloween. You become whatever you want. Halloween, haven't you seen all of the people dressed up in all of these different costumes and stuff? They're only acting out what they believe that they are. Halloween is the only time that people can dress up however they want and nobody will talk about them. People think, oh, well, that costume is cool. Well, people's, if you really think about it, no, it ain't cool. It's the shit that goes on in their minds. They're only acting out their fantasy. That's all that is. That's all that it is. Hollow suckers. But see, Jay-Z sold drugs. Diddy sold drugs. Okay, so that ain't nothing new. I mean, look at all of the peasants and pheasants and all of the people around this world sold drugs. What's new about that? That ain't nothing new. Okay. So Jay-Z and Diddy lied. That ain't nothing new. You lied, everybody else lied. It ain't nothing new. So what else did they do? They cheated on their spouses. That ain't nothing new. Everybody in the world did it. Well, maybe not everybody, but a good number of people did it. That ain't nothing new. So my question is simply this, peoples. What is it about Jay-Z and Diddy What is it that they did that all of these white people, Mexicans, and all of the other races did? What is it that those two people did that all of these other people didn't do? It ain't nothing new under the sun. But yet they're supposed to be the saints, right? You suckers sit up here and watch Kirk Franklin. Kirk Franklin was supposed to be a gospel recording artist. But Kirk Franklin is up here doing this devious, devilish, and demonic dances in church, twerking and doing all of this crazy madness, and calling himself the GOAT. Y'all talking about the greatest of all time. You see people's how perverted you become when you don't know. You guys dance to all of this satanic music. You guys repeat all of this satanic lyrics. You guys are making babies to all of this satanic madness. And you didn't even know that you were endorsing that bullshit that you were talking about. You're the ones who's endorsing it. You're doing it. Edward Joseph ain't doing it. You're doing it. You guys are you guys are help paying Diddy and Jay-Z's mansions. What is it that did what was so bad about Diddy and Jay-Z that none of these other Hollywood elites has done? Why is everybody getting down on Jay-Z and Diddy? Why are they so bad? Why are they so bad? Why is everybody under the sun wanting to bring down two successful black men? It doesn't matter what they did, peoples, because all of these white people been doing the same bullshit. You got a president that's coming to be a president again that is a convicted felon that was mixing and mingling with Jeffrey Epstein and all of these other people who's been trafficking kids and doing all of this other madness. But y'all ain't talking about him. But just because Diddy and Jay-Z had affairs upon their wives, sold drugs, lied to the people, manipulated the people, made money the best way that they could. Now they're the most heinous people there is that ever walked the face of this earth. Say me this bullshit. You just mad because they ain't giving you no money. You just mad because they're successful. You jump on the bandwagon and you want to vilify these people because they're doing the same shit that these white people has been doing. I don't see the people talking about the white people. And so y'all say, oh, well, you know, you can find everything under the sun to talk about these two black men. Everything. But they ain't doing no more than what the white counterpart has been doing for years. They're conniving, they're cheating, they're stealing, they're manipulating, they sell drugs, they got property, they're living the best life. They're eating caviar and living the dream and doing everything. They're from the hood. They're ghetto boys. Okay? Let's call it for what it is. Let's call it spade a spade. They're everything that these white people have been doing as well. But the only difference between the white people and them, they came up from the ground up. Did you hear what I said? I said they came up from the ground up. You can't respect that. You think it's bad because they're doing everything that their white counterparts is doing, but yet you want to vilify them. And it's okay for the white people to continue to keep doing what they're doing. So you got these black people who's doing this idiotic stuff. And the one thing about black people is we tear each other down. One thing about white people is they build each other up. So the black people have to do this crazy madness in order to make it, in order to get some money. So we can't be on the same playing field, people. We can't. You know, so soon as a black man start to get some fame and some prestige and get some influence and stuff, well now, oh, we built them up. Now we got to tear them down. Now we got to bring them down. We let them go for a run for 10, 20, 30 years and stuff. And now they got too big for their britches. Now we got to tear them down and distribute his wealth. And you know what's so amazing about it, people, is you suckers helped build him up. You made Diddy the way that he is. You suckers, all of you suckers made him that way because you supported that nonsense. Yeah, you did. You just as guilty. You just as complicit and complacent. So you can't say shit. You stupid. You the suckers. You helped this man get to where he is. And now since you helped build him up, now you're helping to tear him down. You helped build him up. Now you're helping to tear him down. Every last one of them. And then you have the audacity to sit your black asses here and talk about Jay-Z and Diddy when they ain't doing no more than what your president had did. Your president, the one who you voted in. I mean, peoples, these white people have been doing this shit forever and a day, and they still doing it. They still doing it. These black boys playing the game. They're playing the game. They're playing the game. And so they played the game, and now they got fame. And now you guys want to tear them down. So do you blame Diddy and Jay-Z? So I hear the people, oh, well, Jay-Z had actual encounters with all of these young people. And he got this girl pregnant and he has a child out of wedlock. All right, so how many of these white men had did the same thing to your forefathers? Took these people from Africa and Ethiopia and all of these other places and had them as slaves. Your great was a slave. Had to toil and pick cotton and do all of this stuff. So you got two black brothers who played the game, and they played the game very well. And you helped build them up because you guys bought their albums. You listen to them every time that the musical awards come on. You got your black ass sitting down at the TV, rooting them on, buying their albums. Beyonce come on and take a bun. Oh, you guys are just flying all over the place. Oh, Beyonce, I need your, I need your, I need your autograph. Beyonce thought that she was going to get a Grammy. And so she was so confident, she stood up when they were about to announce who was getting the Grammy. And then when they announced a white boy, she was looking stupid because she just knew that she was getting that Grammy. And a heifer didn't get it. See, people, be careful. Be very careful about the things that you say and things that you do. We all are not perfect. Every last one of us got some flaws. Every last one of us. Every last one of us has flaws and stuff. And so we're so quick to be judgmental upon people and things. But I just got to be real. I just got to be real. I just got to call it for what it is. A lot of people don't like my candidness. A lot of people don't like me being candid, but I just call it for what it is. I don't endorse the satanic madness. I don't listen to all of that bullshit and nonsense. I don't sit here and rap and dance and skip to the beat of all of this bullshit. I didn't make LeBron. I didn't make Diddy. I didn't make Jay-Z. I didn't make Beyonce. I didn't make Birdman and what's the guy's name? TikTok. The guy with the clock, TikTok. What's his name? The one who I can't think of his name right now. But he's all the time wearing a clock on his wearing a clock on his chest. I don't listen to all of that bullshit. You made them, I didn't. And so you guys sit here and you guys repeat all of this bullshit and ebonics and stuff like that and stuff. But no sooner than they don't do what you like, now you're so quick to tear them down. Yeah, Flavor Flav. Hello, little Bo Peep. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Hello, Linda Wilkins. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. I don't know why you guys singers not registering up. Oh, there it is, right there. Okay, I didn't go down far enough. I thought that I did. Yeah, Flavor Flav. Now, Flavor Flav was the biggest prostitute pimp there is, and then the man made money screwing women. But see, one thing about Flavor Flav, he had good taste in women. He had Boots and he had New York and all of these other girls and stuff. I mean, he had some good women. And the man got paid effing these women. So what's the difference between Jay-Z and Diddy? Flavor Flav got paid to F women. He didn't have to use no drugs. and alcohol and all like that. He just said Flavor Flav, and he just put the clock up on around their neck, and then he goes out for a nightcap. He effed every girl that came on his show. You guys watched that faithfully. Flavor Flav. But now you got Diddy, who touched the woman's titty and played with the woman's titty, and now you all bent out of shape. But Flavor Flav got paid to F the women. And you watch faithfully. You watch faithfully, people. You did that. You watched that man put a clock around that woman's neck. And that man got paid to F all of these women. He didn't have to take it. He just put a clock and said, tick tock, tick tock. Now you're on my clock. And now I'm going to F you. That's what he did. So my thing is, people, you got Diddy and you got Jay-Z, and they're not perfect. They may have did everything that you guys said that was ever alleged. But what is the difference? What's the difference? What's the difference between them and Epstein and Weinstein? What's the difference between him and what's the guy's name? Tyler Perry and all of these other suckers in the industry. What's the difference between them? What's the difference between them and President T or Clinton? What is the difference, peoples? It ain't no difference. They played the game just like all of the other people. So the reason why Diddy is still living, because Diddy hasn't and still playing the game, because he hasn't named no name. Diddy hasn't named no name. So Diddy is still playing the game. But see, when Diddy was out, remember, Diddy was sitting with his child and he dared the people because he started to name a whole list of names. Y'all remember that? He was sitting somewhere with his child and he started to name some names. But see, he's still alive because he ain't named no names. And Diddy, people's, you got to understand, this is all for show right here. They needed to teach Diddy a lesson because Diddy got too big for his britches. But it ain't nothing happening to Diddy. It ain't nothing happening to Diddy because, see, the thing is, people's, if Diddy go down, all of these other people that was with him is going down. And all of these people ain't going down. Even what's that guy's name who had taught Diddy? Clyde Davis. Clyde Davis act like he didn't even know Diddy because Clyde Davis, they had asked Clyde Davis, what do you think about Diddy? And he was kind of like, who is that? Who is Diddy? All of these people that's supposed to know Diddy, ain't nobody saying anything. You got Jay-Z attorney? Oh, well, he doesn't know Diddy. You got what's that guy's name? The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, who had who played Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He got on at some type of concert or something he was doing. He said, look, I don't even like baby oil, so don't you guys put none of my my name and none of that stuff. And then you got the Winans boys who Diddy had allowed to film these freak offs and stuff. And so now he turns his back in. Oh, yeah, Diddy did this, Diddy did that. Well, my thing is, okay, so if you were filming and you seen this stuff, what did you see? And if you see it because you know you seen it, why didn't you say anything? See, that's my problem, peoples. See, my problem is simply this. You guys are going after the wrong people. Go after the people who was there, who was complicit and complacent. Because they said that they seen things. And if they seen Diddy playing with the little young one's kitty and playing with their little titty, well then why didn't they say something? Y'all get on J-Lo, and J-Lo was supposed to be there and watching all of this stuff happen. Well, why isn't J-Lo in cuffs? Why J-Lo isn't in cuffs right now, peoples? And you know, I don't like J-Lo. I thought J-Lo was a little skinny little something. But I seen a picture of J-Lo today, and she is a big, ugly something. I mean, just big. I'm like, oh my God. If somebody wanted to mess with J-Lo, really? Little Bo Peep said, Diddy, like a certain handful, had others doing that work and were getting something out of it and kept their mouths shut. Well, see, that's exactly my point, Little Bo Peep. These people were complicit and complacent because the people had did the various things that they're accusing Diddy of doing. Everybody said that they did it. They seen it. Everybody said that Diddy's parties was off the chain. Well, if that be the case, well then you partake in it. So you are a part of it. So if you're seen and you know what went down, well, why didn't you say something? Because you suckers are just as guilty. That's all it is. They guilty. See, they just mad because Diddy and Jay-Z played the game. They played the game and they played it very well. But these white boys has been playing this forever and a day. And it's just like what Fresh Source TV had said earlier tonight. You had the Playboy Hugh Hefner who had naked women posing at the Playboy Mansion. And never got arrested for prostitution. So if Hugh Hefner can do it, why couldn't Diddy? If Hugh Hefner can do it, why couldn't Jay-Z? Why? Ain't nobody mentioned anything about no kids. I'm saying that if he wanted to freak off, why couldn't he have a freak off? If he wanted to go up men's rectums, why not? They got paid, just like she said. They were sex workers. He even said it himself. They paid them to do a service, and that's what they came for. Now, I don't believe for one moment, people, that all of these people, and even Kim Porter had said it herself, she was a part of that madness. She had babies by the man who abused her. She was naive, but she couldn't help it because she loved that money so much. Y'all get mad because Diddy and Jay-Z had sex out of their marriages. How many of you people are having sex out of your marriage today? How many affairs have you had today? And then you have the audacity to sit up here and talk about Jay-Z and P. Diddy. See, people, it's just like calling the kettle black. It's just like calling the kettle black, peoples. You know? Many of you are doing the same things that these people were doing. But see, Jay-Z and Diddy learned how to play the game. Now, since the white man is speaking out, now all of you who supported them to get to where they are, now you want to tear them down. So you are complicit. You are the stupid one. Because now the very thing that the white man is saying, you are backing them up. You tear the people down before they even had a chance to come to court to prove their stance. All you hear is conjecture and innuendos, and now you want to destroy the people because they learned to play the game. And they played it very well. They own property. They became billionaires. Black men became billionaires because they learned to play the game. Now you want to take it all away from them because an accusation of an idiotic, supposedly acoustic or some demented girl who has a illness or whatever lied and said that she was SA'd by Diddy and Jay-Z. Now, how profane that is, people, how stupid that is. And how many people who believe that bullshit and madness of what this girl has said, just because they said that she is off the rocker. She has a illness. She has a mental illness, but yet she can remember something so vividly, but yet get something so wrong. What, 13-year-old girl gets taken from home 5 hours from her place of residence to be able to get into an establishment, a White House with two influential, very powerful men, Diddy and Jay-Z. And you think that Diddy and Jay-Z, out of all of the goddamn women and men that they have a choice of, they're going to go and forcefully SA a demented, twisted, stupid little girl. So they had to give this stupid little girl a drink just so that they can penetrate her. Peoples, how many girls would just give it up just to be in the presence of these guys? Why would they have to go and stoop so low as to give this girl a drink and then take her to a room and then essay her? That is stupid. And then she said that she was penetrated by two men. So she ran from the house and she got penetrated by two men. So if the men is screaming because they're putting their ding-dongs in the men's anal hole, you got a little 13-year-old girl who is not fully developed, peoples, and two men SA her, and she was able to get up and run and run and run and not hurt down there, not bleed. People, you got to be kidding me. And then she supposedly had make it to a gas station to where the clerk do not call the police, and they keep her in the gas station for 5 hours for her father to come and pick her up. Never made no report, never said anything. She ain't hurting, she ain't bleeding. And then she wait 24 years later, and oh, I remember I was FA'd by Diddy and Jay-Z. "24 years later, when the report could have and should have been made at that particular time, immediately, not wait and run to no goddamn gas station. You could have went next door and knocked on somebody's house. Hey, I've been FA'd. I'm hurting. I'm hurting. Can you help me? But instead of knocking on anybody's doors in the neighborhood, she goes and runs to a goddamn gas station, sits for 5 hours for her father to come pick her up and drive 5 hours back and not say a goddamn word. I'm not hurting. I'm not bleeding. Nothing happened to me. But all of a sudden, abracadabra, hocus pocus, God damn it, I just remember, I've been SA'd. And I need to tell my story to NBC, ABC, and CBS. And I need all of you stupid suckers to sit here and listen to what I gotta say. Hey, I got mental issues, but yet I can remember what happened to me. But I got some things wrong, but I can remember what happened to me. Yeah, there was a girl who was standing there who was watching me get SA'd. Okay, so help me to make this make sense, peoples. This bitch is laying down with her legs open, and these men were supposed to be penetrating her, and she's going to lay there and look at a superstar, movie star, watch her get SA'd. I mean, just peoples, just think about that for one moment. The bitch is laying on a goddamn bed with her legs open. Diddy and Jay-Z is supposed to be penetrating her, and she's laying her ass down there, not screaming and hollering, not fussing and fighting, not trying to kick or anything, but she's going to turn her head over and she's going to see, oh yeah, she was standing up there watching me get effed. My brain's effed out of me. So Diddy and Jay-Z is going to stoop so low as to a girl who's twisted, demented, who's got some mental issues, and they can have any girl that they want. Any girl. But yet they're going to strap down a stupid ass girl that has some mental issues and FA her. And so this girl is half naked, running out of a room in front of all of these Hollywood stars, and nobody say a goddamn word. And she's going to run out the house, and she's going to run, and she's going to run, and she's going to run instead of knocking on somebody's door. Help me! Help me! But she runs to a gas station and she doesn't even tell the clerk what happened to her. People's, if you believe this bullshit, you're stupid. Little Bo Peep says the children are the only victims in my eyes because they didn't have a choice. My issue is the adults and those who continue to participate because of whatever they were scurrying. My heart goes out for the children if the children was involved or if the children was impacted. Everybody keeps talking about the children, but you tell me, you show me what children has been impacted. You don't have no proof that any children was SA'd. There's nothing in the complaint up against Diddy that Diddy SA'd a child. He's not on trial for SA'ing a child. And so you can be just like all of the people and put all of that innuendo and salacious nature out with no proof. Yeah, anybody's hearts will go out for the children, but you got to prove the sins. You just can't throw this upon people and then expect that, okay, well, just because the people said it, it happened. Well, if there was children and the children was being SA'd, well, then all of those people who attended that had saw that is complicit and they should be charged as well. But I don't see any other Hollywood stars being in handcuffs or even going to jail. And I tell you, people, if the government had anything whatsoever, any type of evidence whatsoever that a child was impacted in a manner such as being SA'd, not only Diddy would be in jail, but all of these other people would be in jail. They did it to Epstein. They got proof of Epstein. They did it to Weinstein. They got proof of Weinstein. But it is not in the complaint up against Diddy. So why do you guys continue to keep trying to put that stigma upon this man when it hasn't even been charged, let alone proven? See, the one thing I won't let the people do, not on this channel, I won't let the people go and continue to keep spreading this salaciousness upon the people who it hasn't even been proven. If it was being charged, then that means that they have something up against them. But they got all of the files. They got all of the cell phones. They got all of the recordings. And even still today, they still haven't charged him with SA'ing a young one. Not at all. Nobody. So where's that coming from? Where's it coming from? You guys can take that bullshit on these other channels, but you cannot do it here. If he was charged, that means that they got some type of evidence. The one thing that they said about the feds is that they will not charge them unless they have evidence to prove it. But he hasn't been charged with SA'ing a young one. So peoples, let's stop saying that Diddy or Jay-Z did this to a young one when you don't have no proof whatsoever. You don't have no proof. You don't have no evidence. You don't have nothing. If they had it, then it would have been foretold and he would have been charged with it. But look at Jeffrey Epstein. It has been proven, and there's videos and pictures. Videos and pictures of young ones tied up at his island. But because the powers that be had minimized his charges, so he only did a small stint in jail, but with the things that was going on with him, they even let him out of jail so he can still run his business. So if he's able to get bail and still run his business, and he's been charged with that madness, why can't Diddy get out? What, because he beat Cassie's ass? Who cares? See, people, you got it all wrong. You got it all wrong. You need to go back and look at the Jeffrey Epstein case. Jeffrey Epstein got out of jail to go about his business, but he was charged with worse crimes than what Diddy is being charged. But Diddy can't get out on bail because you guys mad because Cassie got her ass beat up on video? Really, people? Really? Really, people? See, that's fucking double standards right there. Fucking give me a break with this shit. I don't give a fuck what Diddy did. Jeffrey Epstein got out of jail. But God damn it, let the black man keep his ass in there because he beats Cassie's ass. And that came out on video. But Diddy played the game. He played the game. Now you guys want to do the blame game. Where was your motherfucking ass when Jeffrey Epstein was going through his shit? Where was you bloggers and YouTubers and everybody else? I didn't see the people making lives talking about Jeffrey Epstein need to keep his ass in prison or in jail. But there was evidence he had little ones, young people. It was caught on video and it had pictures, peoples. And they even had the young ladies testify. But the powers that be did not want to listen. But y'all want to keep Diddy in, and all he is being charged with sex trafficking and racketeering. Well, who was he trafficking? Well, leave it up to you people. Oh yeah, he had the kids in. They had the kids in the train containers and things like that, and you know they was doing all this and the other. Where is the goddamn proof? And then you got to understand, peoples. If that happened, he didn't do it alone. So if it happened, and you know he didn't do it alone, why isn't his entourage in jail? It makes you fucking wonder, peoples. Why isn't his entourage in jail? Because they're the ones who had to facilitate the movement of the young ones. But because Diddy played the game so very well, the people forget about all of the other stuff. Let's bring him down because people are stigmatizing him with this, and there is no proof whatsoever. But I'm going. But when you guys want to open up your mouth about Diddy, And Jay-Z, I'm going to remind your ass, you are the suckers that helped build him to be who he is today. You bought his records, you listened to his music, you watched the awards and stuff. You repeat all of that madness that he's been singing. You've been wanting to autograph. You've been going to all of the concerts. You helped build this man up. So you are just as guilty. And you're the suckers who did it. He didn't get that way by himself. You black suckers did it. Young Thug didn't get to be where he is without you. If you never listened to his music, he would have never made millions. Jay-Z, Beyonce, if you never listened to his music or her music, they wouldn't have made millions. You all built them up to be the way that they are. Now let's turn it back up on you. You are the suckers. You went to the concerts, you listened to the music, you buy the albums, you buy the shirts and banners and this and that and the other. You did that. Y'all get mad because he didn't give the people that he had brought up on his record label all of their money. He kept the masters. He played the game. He didn't do no more than what his predecessor had done. Clyde Davis had did that to all of them. He taught him well, and Diddy followed in his footsteps. I don't see you all harping up on Clyde Davis. But when it comes down to all of the black people, you guys got everything under the sun and then some. But you are the suckers that built them up. Clyde Davis didn't build them up. You did. You are the suckers that put this man in the position that he's in. Little Bo Peep had said, I feel like certain ones are now speaking because those victims are now older and are exposing. Now we got so many chickens with no heads. Well, see, again, I'm never going to take away from what happened to the young ones, but we got to keep this in perspective. Hugh Hefner had been doing this shit forever and a day. And it's you suckers that looked at these pornographic magazines, Playboy magazines, and then they had the centerfolds with her legs spread open and showing her cookie. That nigga ain't never had a black centerfold. It was always a white woman. And you guys bought the magazine. You guys bought the videotapes. You guys bought the DVDs. You guys did the pay-per-view. Playboy. You made him who he is. You suckers did that. And all he did was give you what you wanted. You wanted to see some cookie? Well, he gave you not only the cookie, but he gave you the cake too. And then you guys want to rag up on BET, our Jet magazine. Jet had the centerfold, but Jet had the centerfold with beautiful ladies that was adorned in some beautiful swimsuits and stuff. Black, beautiful women. They didn't show their cookie. Jet magazine for years. And I used to look at Jet magazine just to look at the beautiful ladies that they portrayed. Beautiful black women, solid as a rock. Oh no, but you guys didn't want to support that. You guys wanted to look at Playboy magazine. You guys used to wear all of the caps and shoes and shirts and pants and everything. Now look at you black women. Now you guys are dressing up in Victoria's Secret. Victoria is a man, is Victor. Victor's Secret. Victor is making lingerie that you black women are dressing in to be looking like a prostitute, a hoe. And you making that man make money so you can cover your big ass or small ass and your cookie. Now the black women is trying to dress like the white women, and the white women is trying to dress like the black women. So you go from nappy hair and naturals and stuff to long, straight pressed wigs and shit. You don't even want to show your natural hair. You rather tie your shit up in knots and stuff and put a goddamn wig up on and have long silky hair and try to be like a white girl. And a white girl wants to be like the black women. Be who you are. Be satisfied with what you got. Now you got people getting breast implants and all of this shit. You got good, juicy, thick black women. Black women are well built. Well built. I'm gonna find that little clip that I shown that I've seen, and they had women from all in different countries. Just beautiful black, voluptuous. But you guys want to sit here and eat pretzel sticks and carrots. If you're fat, you're fat. Be happy that you're fat. If you're skinny, you're skinny. Be happy that you're skinny. And if you got a little bit of meat, be happy that you got a little meat. I happen to love fat women. Not obese. I said fat. You know, I like a little extra jelly roll, but I ain't trying to break my back trying to lift it up. Roll after roll after roll. That's way too much for me. You can't lay on me. I'm sorry. But see, ladies, you have to be happy with the way that God had made you. Don't be like this sucker right here that's trying to. He's a man, but is dressing up as a woman. LeBron James, the sucker who you guys sit and root in basketball and stuff, but this sucker is over here dressing up in a woman's outfit. So do you want him as a role model, peoples? I know his wife must have literally gone stone crazy. Her husband is dressing up as a little bitch. You know, people do the darndest things, you know. See, this is why I would never compromise people. So I just got to keep it real on my channel. I just got to keep it real on my channel. I just look at things a different way and stuff. You know, I a lot of people, they don't like me, but I don't care. You come to love me, you come to respect me, because I'm just going to keep it real. You're the suckers that built that made LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, and all of these other celebrities. You're the suckers who made them. Remember that. So whenever you want to talk about these people, you're the suckers who made them who they are. Y'all want to go around and wear all of this attire and stuff and everything, but you're spending your money to emulate suckers, lollipops. You guys remember who was that basketball player that walked on the basketball on the basketball court and grabbed the guy's penis and squeezed it, and the guy, all he did was just hold his wrist. He's letting you know he's gay. Boy, I wish I could find that clip. He's letting you know he's gay. So this man goes and he F's his wife, but yet he goes and he bends over. Really? He goes, he has a wife and kids, but yet he goes to a Diddy party and dresses up like a bitch. I have no respect for LeBron James. He's a sucker. He's a lollipop. I have no respect for him, peoples. I don't have no respect for none of these Hollywood stars and stuff, you know, because they sell out. They are satanic. They are demonic. They are gay. They are lesbians. They are transsexuals, transgenders. Be who God had made you to be and stop trying to be something that God did not make you to be. If you're not satisfied, well, then that's your problem. God did not make no mistake. He made you the way that you are. Embrace that. Stop trying to emulate people. I never followed in the footsteps of nobody. I always been a leader. Never in my life or history have I ever followed behind anybody. Never. I never wanted to emulate nobody because I was happy in my own skin. I'm a leader, peoples. I'm not a follower. I'm a leader. And I teach my kids to be leaders. My kids never followed behind nobody. None of them, not one. All of them are leaders. I'll beat their ass if they ever try to get up here and try to emulate and follow people. The fuck is wrong with you? Want to sit your ass up here and want to emulate somebody? I'll slap the dog dookie out of their ass. Be who God made you to be and be happy. Don't try to emulate these suckers. They're lollipops. We're going to see what plays out, peoples. We're going to see what plays out, you know. The government says that they have evidence, well, then prove your case. And if you can't prove your case, shut the fuck up. Sit your ass down, let the man out, and let the man go ahead and play his game. Let him play his game. Let both of them play his game. You know, they played it very well. They became billionaires. However they did it, they did it. But see, the thing is, peoples, you have no proof that they did anything to any of the young ones. Until you can prove that, stop saying that. Stop saying that. How would you like if somebody said that you messing with young ones? Should I just make a live and call all of you guys suckers? And just keep going on and on and on and on and on about you messing with young ones? Should I just do that, peoples? How would you like that? Stop following these people and putting these people down when you have absolutely no proof whatsoever. Now, if all of this stuff happened to these people who proclaim things happen to them and stuff, well, then stay consistent with your story and stop switching it up. Because see, once you start to switch it up and once you start to put a little bit of salt and seasoning on it, now I lose all respect for you. I lose all respect for you. And then I'm going to call you out. If things happen to you, it happens, stay consistent. And then what are you looking for? What are you looking for? What is justice to you? You know, you say things happen. Okay, so what is that you're looking for? You say you don't want no money. Well, if you don't want no money, why did you want to meet with them? It's a money play, peoples. You got to understand the play. It's the game that they play. So because he had played the game and he was very successful with it, now they want to try to take him down and distribute his wealth. So we're going to say every salacious thing that we can possibly think of to bring him down. Just for mere accusation, peoples, without it being proven, Jay-Z is losing millions. And I'm not siding with Jay-Z. I'm not siding with him. I'm not saying that he didn't. All I'm saying is prove it. I think everybody needs a fair shake, even Jay-Z and Diddy. They are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. And if you can't understand that, peoples, well, shut the fuck up. It's just that simple. Shut the fuck up. It's just that simple. Because last that I checked, I never seen none of you suckers talk about Jeffrey Epstein. That never got on live and ridiculed him and you know, called him out to the carpet and stuff, Weinstein and things. I never seen any of you suckers do that. And then many of you suckers voted for President T, got his ass back in office. Now, I hope that you get everything that is coming due to you. So when the man don't do what you want him to do, and it makes it harder for you, well, then shut the fuck up. You suckers voted him in. So when he starts to make your life miserable, well, then just remember, your stupid ass voted for him. So y'all want to get on here and talk about Kamala Harris and how Kamala Harris is this and that and the other and so on and so forth and stuff. Well, you're in for a rude awakening, peoples. You're in for a rude awakening. So when this man starts to cut off your paycheck and start to raise your taxes and all of the things that your products and stuff is going to be start being expensive because he's going to start administering tariffs upon all of these countries. And so every product, the gas is going to go up. The cost of food is going to go up. The cost of living is going to go up. Everything is going to go up because he's going to do the tariffs, as he said. But then guess what? I don't want to hear not one of you suckers complain. Because if you do, I'm going to be on your ass big time. I want you to shut the fuck up and take your ass beating like a man and a woman. Because that's what's going to happen, peoples. That's what's going to happen. 2025 and on up for the next 4 years is going to be hell and hot water. But I'm going to sit back and I'm going to sit pretty because God is going to take care of me. He's already said in his word what's going to happen. All of these things is going to play out. I'm going to sit back and I'm going to laugh at each every one of you suckers. It's crazy, people. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. But it is what it is. It is what it is. And that's what it is. But I want to remind you, you are the subservient suckers that put these people in their positions. And don't you dare sit your ass up here and complain about these peoples when you are the stupid ass ones who's sitting up here reciting all of the lyrics, listening to their music, dancing to the beat, shaking your ass, and acting an ass. And accusing people of something that you have no proof of. Stop jumping on the bandwagon, peoples. Unless it is shown in a court of law and the government can prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, shut the fuck up. Because these boys, these black boys, didn't do nothing but just play the game. That's all they did. They played the game. And I don't care if you like it or not. So shut the fuck up. Nobody said that you had to get behind them. But stop tearing them down until there is some substantial proof. I don't give a fuck about Busby. I don't give a fuck about what Busby did. Busby played the game too. Now Busby has to come a different way. You guys give so much credence to this madness, you have no proof. This is the thing about the internet. You know, this is the thing about the internet, social media and shit. You got subservient suckers that all the time want to follow behind somebody, and just because somebody is saying something, oh that happened, yeah. You are subservient clowns. You're the ones who got these people in the position that they're in. Stop supporting them. But you can't do that, right? Because you don't see nothing wrong with a little bit of bump and grind. People, haven't you seen all of the black talent go down? Y'all listen to R. Kelly's music and stuff. Y'all make love to it, and y'all go and purchase all of the records. Y'all brought him to where he is, but now y'all tear him down because what? He married Aaliyah. You guys know so much about other people's business than you know your own. If I was to go and run a poll as to how many of these Hollywood stars are rappers and movie stars and things like that, how much you guys would know about everybody else's business but your own goddamn business. Mind your own fucking business. I sit back and I watch these lives and stuff, and it is amazing to me how everybody, all of these content creators know about everybody else's business. Oh no, this happened, but that didn't happen. Oh no, this happened, but that didn't happen. Well, how in the fuck do you know? You only know by what they give you. And so is that all everything that they give you, is it actual factual and true? Because if it is, well, god damn it, this bitch of a girl that made this accusation up against Jay-Z, what the fuck did she know? You give her the benefit of the goddamn doubt because she has a problem. She has whatever thing that she's is dealing with. They don't show her fucking face. She goes on NBC or ABC or CBS or whatever. She goes to give her testimony, but she got major inconsistencies, and still you suckers give this bitch a benefit of the doubt. I don't feel sorry for her ass. Stop lying. Because if something really happened to you, then your shit would make some major sense. But that shit doesn't make no major sense to me, peoples, because just like what Jay-Z's attorney said, two very powerful men, why in the fuck would they have to strap down a crazy ass young bitch? And I know you guys don't like it. You guys don't like me to call her a bitch. Yes, I'm calling her a bitch. What, you got something to say? I'll call you a bitch. You got something to say? Let me call you a bitch. Get mad. I don't give a fuck. Because the thing is this, peoples. If anything happened to you, your shit has to make sense. It doesn't make no sense because it at any given point in time, peoples, and I don't give a fuck how old she was. The bottom line is this: if anything of that nature happened, it kind of makes some sense. Why in the fuck did you not go to any neighbor's house? Are you just running the fucking streets and you 5 hours away from your goddamn house? And you as young as you is, and you ain't never reported it? It doesn't sit well with me, peoples. And then 24 years later, now, oh, I just remember Jay-Z and Diddy had strapped me down and penetrated me. Get the fuck out of here with that madness. And I don't give a fuck if you don't like what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck, peoples. I don't even give a fuck if you don't even watch me no more. I don't give a fuck. Send me the bullshit. That shit doesn't make no goddamn sense. All right, peoples. I've already went 5 hours, and I'm about to get off of here. Go ahead and take my shower, sit down and get me something to eat, and then I'm gonna lay my ass down. So let me tell you something, people. I don't give a fuck if you don't like this live, if you don't subscribe to my channel, and even if you don't come back and watch me. But understand one thing, and let me leave this with you. You are the subservient clowns that put these people where they are. You listen to their music, you bought their tickets, you went to their concerts, you bought their memorabilia. You did that. You did that. They wouldn't have never been in the position that they're in if it wasn't for your help. So when you wanted to go and vilify these men, just think about your actions and what you did. Because if you never did it, but then you got everything to say. And that's why I can say everything I'm saying right now, because I never supported their ass. I didn't. That's why I can talk. You can't say shit. Is that all right, peoples? All right, peoples. If the Lord says the same, I'll be back. I'll be back again. And this time we're going to go in. I'm going to have some clips of what the young ladies say. I'm going to have some clips of the paperwork and things. You know, we're going to get into this. And I don't give a fuck if you don't come on to the panel or not. It doesn't matter to me. I don't give a fuck. Thank you, Fresh Source TV. I love your commentary. You're absolutely on point. And it's good to have like minds people. It's good to have like minds people. See, the one thing about Fresh Source is simply this. She don't believe this bullshit and madness. You can't just tell her anything. You have to prove it. You have to prove it. And this is one of the reasons why when I talk about the Kanika Jenkins case, you know, I travail because I literally tell you and show you that of what my perception is. And I prove my stance every time. Now, whether you agree with it or not, I mean, you can't debunk me from it. You know, you may not like what I say, but you can't debunk me. I have yet to have anybody on my channel to take it from A to Z and debunk me. And so, you know, since this is the hot topic in things and stuff, I'm going to talk about this. And then there's some other things that is happening that I'm going to talk about too. I'm just going to be candid. I'm just going to be raw. I'm just going to be unfiltered. And whether you like it or not, you know, I don't give a fuck. But I'm just going to be me. And I'm going to speak my piece, regardless. And for you gays and lesbians and things, again, peoples, I don't have no problem up against you. You know, if what I say affects you, well, then stop fucking people in the ass and stop licking kitty. Stop doing that. Stop doing that nasty shit. Then you won't be affected by what I say. Because if you're affected by what I say, well, then thank you, Jesus, because conviction is in order. You know you're doing wrong. You know you're doing wrong. See, the thing is, people, if I can talk about the nature, and if you're gay or if you're lesbian, and you sit here and you literally endorse that madness, or you sit here and you embrace that madness, well, then don't get mad at me for what I say, because I'm only just speaking from my heart. Is that all right? I don't have a problem with you. I just have a problem with the acts that you do. You can love whoever you want, or however you want and stuff. But if that offends you, who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? Stop doing it, and then it won't offend you. Is that all right? All right, peoples. That's it. That's all. I'll be back. I think I like this new way of doing, because, I think that this is going to this is going to be a new way for me, but I'm going to incorporate more clips and things now, since I bought this program tonight. So now I can transform a lot of the clips into PDFs that I can show, on my screen like this and stuff, which is really good. So, I just purchased that tonight, and I just had to get it installed on my computer. So I'm going to be able to really utilize that to its fullest potential. So I can add more little clips and things and talk about it. And it's just going to be candid, people. So I'm just going to be candid. I'm just going to be unfiltered. I'm just going to be raw. And if you one that has a sensitive heart, well, then my channel is not the channel to watch, peoples. It's not. If you're going to get offended by what I say, my channel is not the channel for you. I don't have no beef against nobody. I just speak my mind and just speak my piece. So it's no reason for any of you to take offense to anything that I say, because I'm not personally talking about you. But if you are offended, well, then guess what? I'm personally talking about you. If you're offended by anything that I say, I'm personally talking about you. So I ain't changing. You got to change. And so what you can do is you can change the goddamn channel, and you don't have to bring your ass back. Is that all right, peoples? I'm always going to be who I am, the way that I am, and I'm going to speak my mind. That's it. That ain't going to change, peoples. It's not going to change. So if you got a tender heart and you're offended, well, then stay offended and get the fuck off my channel. And don't bring your ass back. Then I ain't got to worry about you. Is that all right, peoples? And so for my supporters, thank you for coming in. First Source TV, Randall Robinson, Linda Wiggins, and Little Bo Pete. Gina, to you. Thank you. Now see, that's what I'm talking about, peoples, because regardless of whatever topic that I am talking about, I still got my supporters here. Now, they may not agree with what I'm saying, and that's fine, because I never asked them to. But they don't get all into their feelings. See, many of you, this is why I can't rock with many of you, because you guys are so fucking hollow. Y'all get mad because I'm not sharing the same views as you. I don't have the same eyesight or insight like you. And so I say things, and it really offends you. Well, how dare him say this? Well, what the fuck? I didn't ask your ass to come, and you are welcome to leave. Is that all right, peoples? And that's just the way that it is. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen. Edward Joseph Gospel Hour. Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2024 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I really don't give two rats' asses whether you like me, whether you come back, whether you subscribe, whether you unsubscribe, whether you like the channel, whether you don't, whether you're offended or whether you're not. You guys go and watch those suckers. I'm going to keep it real and 100. And I'm only going to speak that of what I feel. Is that all right, peoples? I'm not going to sugarcoat shit. So if you thought that I was a certain way and stuff, well, then think again. Think again, peoples. Because again, Edward Joseph has his own mind. I have my own mouth. I have my own manners. I'm going to respect you. Never going to disrespect the people and things unless you come off disrespectful. But if what I say offends you, well, then leave my goddamn channel and don't come back. And then I ain't got to worry about you. But if what I say don't affect you or piss you off, well, then come on back and come and have a conversation with me. And then let's talk about different topics, because this is what I'm gonna do, people. So I'm going to choose some different topics and I'm going to talk about it, and I'm just going to be candid. I'm going to be very raw and uncut, unfiltered, and I'm going to be very candid. And that's what it is. And to my Christian family, my church family and stuff, well, hey, you know, I'm grown and I'm going to do what I do. God ain't going to love me no less than you. Pray for me. Don't talk about me. Pray for me. Because I know some of my Christian families here, and you know, I'm sure my preachers, my pastors, my bishops, all of you guys are sitting down and stuff. That's fine. Pray for me. Pray for me. And then my church family, you guys pray for me. Is that all right? Pray for me. And then, as long as you do what God tells you to do. He didn't say talk about me. He said, if ye be caught in a fault, ye that is spiritual, restore such a one, lest ye be tempted. So if you are truly a child of God, and you wanted the Christian people, and you guys say that you love me and all like that, pray for me and bring me back. But if you're going to be one of those cackling hens that's all the time's going to talk behind my back, well, then talk about me behind my back and get the fuck out of here and live your own goddamn life, and be the straddling the straddling Christian, because you ain't doing me no heavenly good. Is that all right, peoples? All right, peoples. So if the Lord says the same, I'll be back. Maybe not tomorrow. I'll probably be back Thursday. Well, no, tomorrow is Thursday, right? No, I'll probably be back Friday, because I got to go pick up my son tomorrow. So I may not come home to go live and things. So I'll more than likely be back Friday. But unless the Lord says the same, I'll be back Friday and throughout the weekend and things. And we're going to get in here. We're going to talk about this Diddy thing. We're going to talk about some other cases and stuff, because and there's a couple of things I want to talk about and stuff. And, you know, I want to just really just talk about it. You know, I really want to talk about it. And this is kind of what I'm going to do. I'm going to show a little clip and things, and I'm going to expound upon it and things. I just can't believe that this man, this boy, killed his girlfriend and his daughter. All for what? Stupidness. It's just crazy, people. It's so crazy how the stuff that these people be thinking and the things that these people be doing. Never understood that. but we're going to talk about it. Is that all right, peoples? So for all of you who had stayed up and had watched me and things and stuff, thank you so much. Love you much. You know, you guys be blessed, get your rest, and if the Lord says the same, I'll see you soon. And so this is how I'm going to close out, peoples. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.